Why? What's wrong? What's happening? Are you playing Fatal Fury or something? And was at Fatal Fury, so I moved to Tekken to repair my ego and then I lost to a king. It's king, bro. What can I say? They deserve no rights. Busted as character. It's annoying to learn how to break grabs, that's the problem. It's so annoying. Okay. Where was I? I have my 3DS nearby. I'm installing Star Fox 64 3D. Damn, this game looks good. Okay, now it's a little bit destroyed, but this is the town. The city, the big city in Dawntrail. River City girls, you should. Let's get into video games, okay? Let's finish video games together, just like I'm going to finish Dawntrail. Hopefully. Shit, there's people now. Let's do it, man. Let's get our joy to live back. Yes. I'm really sorry, but we're not sure what happened to Kafkiwa. The others are trying to learn all they can. Oh, Kafkiwa, we know that such a day would come, but I wish we could have at least said goodbye. You knew then that she was already gone. We did, we all did. Kafkiwa forbade us from saying anything. She wanted to tell you herself when the time was right. I expect she was turned over how to reveal the truth to Renville. I see, I don't think anyone can blame her for keeping quiet. But tell me, how are the people faring? Have they forgotten Zoralja already? No, they still remember him. We wonder if this might be the result of a gate at the summit being closed. Most are unaware of developments. They'll be relieved to hear that the king has been defeated. But at the same time, they're like to panic if they learn that the queen had disappeared. Right now, Judd is making contact with various government bodies, but it'd be probably best to keep it all under wraps for a time. Agreed, once we've resolved matters, I'll explain everything to the people. I consider it my duty. As to Zoralja Mechanical Army, what's become of them now that he's gone? Ah yes, about that. At the time we suspect that Zoralja passed, the king's authority appears to have been transferred to Gululja. What? He's the king now? Well, he passed his kingdom to his son. That's the end of everything. You meant to say Gululja is the new king? While a coronation is required to make it official, for a moment the system recognizes him as his father's successor. But I don't want this. I don't want to be king. It's not a decision you have to make right away, but given that the authority comes with the command of the army, you can't give it up lightly either. We can think on it together later, but for now I want you to hold on to it, to what your father has left you. Hello, Runar. I am ready. Apparently Gululja has been made king. The father did leave something to his son after all. Huh. Are you alright, Lamati? Huh. What is this? What can't I... Yeah. Despite everything that's happened, all the terrible things my brother did, I still don't know how to feel towards him. What's wrong with me? It's perfectly normal. You think so? I take your word for it. But for now we have things under control. Why not return to Tully alone and rest up while the others handle the investigation? You know, I think I'll do that. It'd be good to see how things are at home and catch up with Koana. Hello Varakas, how's it going? Hello. Things are going crazy so far. Hey, why not the two of you come too? But won't everyone hate me? Of course not, they might be a little unsure at first, but I set them straight. Besides, I want to introduce you to Koana's new family. Really? But we are going into a story of dimensions, interdimensional stuff. I am. Then let's be off. We'll head directly to the palace to see Koana. Man, I should play Star Wars Force Unleashed. I think these games have been delisted, right? So I have to find a way, you know. Life always finds a way. Look at this Phantasy Star Online map, city. Well, it's a little bit destroyed now, but looks pretty neat. Tuliolol. Yeah, it's a whole ass city map. I'm working for it a bit because I want to hear the music. Now FF14 goes crazy. Level 1 is like collect my manuscripts, level 100 go into another dimension to save a world. Oh shit, wrong way. This was supposed to be the summer vacation expansion, but now things are more dire than ever. Yeah. Yeah, the game looks good now with the graphical update. Very, very good. You're staying strong. This might be the best course of action.
You are returned! Wait there! I'm coming down!
Kena si mor visto la spors. A eles vão tu si mor visto lá.
Where's Lamachi? What happened inside the dome? So my brother is gone.
Yeah, we killed your brother.
Yet the danger remains. And you must soon sally forth unto an unknown reality.
Hey, Kona!
Lamachi, is this boy, perhaps?
Be nice, okay? Be nice to him.
This is Zorolja's son, Kululja.
I see. Time did flow differently inside the dome. If he is our brother's child, then... Kululja, was it? My name is Kona, and I am Lamachi's brother.
Le jeune de pied. He's adorable.
You're her brother?
You'll find none more dependable than Kona. He's family, and he'll take good care of you.
A pleasure to meet you, Kululja.
A pleasure to meet you too, Uncle Kona.
Damn, he called him Unk.
Well, I suppose I am your uncle.
Unk!
But simply Kona will do.
You're all confused, and little wonder. Rest assured, all will be explained in due course. But for now, I want to make one thing clear.
He's our boy.
Kululja is his own person. He had no part in his father's crimes. If you have anger towards Zorolja you need to express, Kona and I will gladly hear you. But you will treat Kululja as you would any child, with kindness.
As we should. The boy's done no wrong.
Yes, the vow of resolve speaks true.
Anyone who talks shit about Guruja will have to go for me.
So, will you tell me what happened?
And I'm a level 99 monk.
Grahatia has given me a summary, but I would hear your detailed account.
Can we walk while we chat? I want to see how things are in the city.
Okay, level 98.
In that case, let us make our way to Bright Plume Post. Our soldiers remain on high alert, but if the threat of invasion has passed, I will bid them take a well-earned rest.
Virage size level. I'm my own person, I am. You are. Even if I knew all I was well, I'm still comforted to see Lamati from my own eyes. It was indeed Zoralja's realm inside the dome. A realm he ruled jointly with Fiend, he as the king of resolve and she the queen of reason, just like you and me here. Their people live very different lives compared to ours, but like us, they live them to the fullest. And Fiend is a big part of that. She's a considerate and approachable ruler who treats everyone as family. You and her must have gotten along well. We did, but out of love for her people, she's chosen the wrong path. They are good folk, the Alexandrians. They welcomed us into their homes, they treated us with kindness and respect. But Zoral just slaughtered them, slaughtered those he was meant to protect, for his own ends. By the gods. Tell me how this came to pass. Yeah, I fucking killed everybody. What's the thing following you? Ramza from Final Fantasy Tactics. He's my minion. You can choose a lot of minions. Can have a Castaway Chocobo Chick, a Mandragora, a Car, I guess. Look. They have like a shit ton of these. I don't even care because I only use Ramza. Shaggy shoot. Yo. A mud pie. Oh yeah, the Great Serpent of Ronka. Very important character. A goblin. Kangaroo. Ouais, I have a kangaroo. Where's the succubus? You can also have a pixel, minion of light. Torgol! He does not look like Torgol, but... Oh yeah, there's 2B. And Yokai Watch Ghost, I guess. There was the succubus, succubus. She will do. Yeah, they can be flying too. I think they can stand on your shoulder at some point, if you stay idle long enough. Where's my Ramza? Okay. Yeah, they made like hundreds of these minions at this point now. There's a ton. Favor. That a king should harm his own people. When his attack on Tulelul failed, Zoral just sought to gain more power, so he ordered his people executed and harvested their souls. What drove him to commit such an atrocity? He claimed he wanted to bring the entire world under his dominion, but that was just a means to achieve his true desire. My grandfather, he was a great person, right? Maybe my father wanted to prove he was his own person, that he wasn't just a great person's son. I dare say you are right. As the resident son, our father's true-born heir, he bore the weight of expectation. That weight was clearly greater than any of us had imagined. That's probably why he was who he was, and why he didn't want me. Damn it all, if only we had tried harder to reach out to him. Sigh, let's keep moving. I know you're not supposed to say sigh, but I don't know how to sigh. On command. Has to come naturally, you know? le side. Growing up, I envied my brother, but that envy may have added to his burdens. What my father did was wrong, he had to be stopped, but I'm glad I could learn a little about the person he was. Zoraja had become unimaginably powerful. It was only with Denam's help, me, that we managed to defeat him. And I have a responsibility to the people of Alexandria, and above all to Gululja. I promised, didn't I? I wanted us to become family. And it isn't only out of obligation. Since I've gotten to know you, I've come to really like you. You might not be my nephew by blood, but we're really family to the end. We'll always be there to help each other, isn't that right? Right. You too, Denam. After everything we've been through, we're already as good as family. What? What do you mean what? The more family you have, the merrier, don't you think? Come on, let's head into the barracks. Look, I'm only doing this because I promised your father. But now you are a true king, true queen. You know? You have become a fine person. You don't need me anymore. I'm going on another journey. Cannot stay in one place too long, you know? I'd like to be family with you too, Denam. Okay, let's break this guy. Like Papa did by taking a sin, I want to make my family bigger. Well, you won't mind some extra family too, right, Denam? Bah. I call him Daddy. No. I'm glad I could hear what happened in the dome. But I'm sorry I had to bear such a heavy burden, Lamati. Don't be, as well resolved it was something that I had to do. Besides, it was your ingenious strategy that kept Chile safe. Asking you to rule with me was definitely one of my better ideas. It was because we all fought as one that I could repel the invaders, and then only with the head of Itra in his skin. Oh yeah, Couch, they brought a fucking dragon to help us fight. And then they played the Endwalker theme. It was like, oh shit! Thanks to Alfina and Estinian interceding for us, we were able to swiftly forge an alliance with Razathan. It was insane, bro. And when the dragons appeared in our skies, I felt this was it, the Tulare we had envisioned. Now you just simply have to forget that this happened when you get to Dawntrail. And then you go, oh shit. We owe you allies a great debt, and I hope that you can repay them one day. Indeed, once I'm dealt with matters, we should go and thank them in person. Denam had told me as much, but you still have work to do, yes? Yes, I need to find Sphine. She harmed our people so that her own might live, but as I was raging at her deeds, I realized something. Just because Tuliolol is safe doesn't mean I can ignore what becomes of Alexandria. That's the kind of conflict that led to conflict. That's the kind of thinking that led to conflict in the old days. I want to help the Alexandrian people live in peace and happiness, and the only way to do that is to stop Sphine from walking her path. Sphine! Very well, Lamati. Just promise me you will take care. I promise, Koana. That's the calm before the storm quest. I wish there was something I could do to help. It's nice to be home. It's nice to be home, even if only for a while. Thanks for coming with me, Denam. Well, I had anticipated this. I still can't help but worry. I'm sorry I have to go away again so soon. But even setting Sphine aside, some of our own people may be among the endless. I can't just sit around and leave everything to the others. I understand. I have matters here well in hand, so do what you must. Alright, Barakas. See you around. Thank you. Denham, for all you've done for us, for our nation and our family, I fear I can never express sufficient gratitude. But thank you from the bottom of my heart. Understood, the Raja spared no sous for having himself in battle. His pride wouldn't permit him to do otherwise, I expect. Well, it was good to catch Kwana up. Now we'll talk to the soul. Who might this be from? Hello, that's right. Denham is with me. Is that so? In that case, let's meet at Sunperch. See you soon. Ishtola is heading back. I had hoped she's found a way to pursue Sven. If you all wanted to go ahead to Sunperch, I'll pay your soldiers a quick call. Apologies for the wait. You're all here, then that means... Hey, we believe we found a way to travel to the reflection to where Sven has retreated. I was busy providing aid in Solution 9, so I haven't heard the details myself. Could you start from the beginning, Ishtola? Per Sven's own words, the gate at top Everkeep was opened and closed by the power of interdimensional fusion. It was the artifact known as the key that allowed her to control it. According to Kate and Ram, the key was brought with me to the source 20 years ago. It was then kept here in the palace until its theft by Zoralja, who used it in Yasulani to fuse a portion of our world with its reflection. Following Zoralja's demise, Sven claimed the key and disappeared through the gate. But where exactly did that gate lead? In seeking the answer, we took another look at Origenix and made a startling discovery. As you all know, there should have been one more level at the summit of Everkeep. The 12th level, the King of Resol's royal abode. Right, but when you actually went there, you saw that it didn't exist. Curious, we analyzed Origenix logs to see where the memories of the departed were being sent. And where should it be through the gate, the missing 12th level? The level alone must have lain outside the fused region, and so was left behind. Hey Kitambel, how's it going? Well, it means... I don't know if you'd be so kind. The reflection to which Sven has fled is her own. Indeed. It is Sven's home world, and she has returned there to join the memories of her departed citizens. But as the key lies with her on the other side, we haven't the means to reopen the gate. Forgive me, but I thought you already knew she had gone home, or at least it seemed obvious to me. What I want to know is, how do we pursue Sven if the gate here is closed? We use another gate. It just happened we know where one is. The Sky Deep cenote. Aye, all evidence suggests that the gate there leads to the world whence the Alexandrians and I came. But assuming that's true, how can we open it? That is what we shall find out, using the code in this hearing. Oh, her parents left the code. As you'll recall, Krael's earring is in fact a data storage device. An analysis of it yielded code, something used to control a contraption, and a very large one at that. Dawntrail, hello Kitabel! Thank you. I don't know why I said hello again. Thank you, thank you. 27 months, holy shit. Given the circumstances of Krael's arrival in the source, we believe that said contraption is the gate to the Golden City. This is admittedly an indicated guess, but you are quite hopeful that it will work. Yeah, it is, right? More than 2 years. To make such progress in so short a time, you really are amazing. I was at Unk when you met me. Now I'm Unk. ++. We could have done it alone. The credit must go to the members of Oblivion for acquiring the information we needed. Shell especially. We hung together. This is the spirit of FF14. Right then, it seems the plan is set to the Sky Deep cenote. Aren't we going yet? I've told the officers of the Lens Guard about my intention. They fully support our endeavor. Begging your pardon, Dana, but may I have a moment here setting forth? Oh, you're already going to give him a thing? Yes, I had thought to say it for later, but in light of his developments, I feel now is the time. Huh? As Lamati says, I have something for you. Please come with me to Bayside Bevy. An Hunk Reborn. The Hunklers. As the old shops is so different from Solution 9. Yeah, I hope you like it. Tuliolo is safe in no small part due to your valor. As a token of our appreciation, I've commissioned special equipment for you. While it is inadequate as an expression of gratitude, I pray it will serve you well in your coming mission. It apparently incorporates foreign technology. Leave it to Koana to request such a thing, eh? Mewazunte yonder has the equipment in his keeping. Just say the word and he will bring it out. Oh, artifact armor. Yeah, job specific gear. Okay, is this? I am Mr. Dawntrail for real now. Hell yeah. Look at the quality of the materials. Real leather. What about Sage? Well, Sage. No, I pressed the fucking... I'm an idiot. That's pretty good. Now I haven't seen Astro. Okay. I maxed out Paladin. Okay, how does Pana look? This looks like an armor you would get in the Aram Reborn, but like far more details. But that's pretty good. I like the cape. The shield is also pretty good. You told me Astro. Oh wow. Yeah, okay, that's pretty sick. What job do I have maxed out? The White Mage. Serenity. Okay, this is basically White Mage. Fantasy. It's like a Hanu style cane. That's pretty alright. What else? Scholar. Well, no. What am I doing? That's all. That's quite it's a part of our boat. That's quite good. What about the other things? Oh, I could have pressed this button. Whatever. Okay, warrior is whatever. Dark Knight. Whoa. Get a sick. Oh. Hey, I like it. Let's see the pants. This could be useful pants for glamour. Yo! This is kind of sick as fuck, no? Holy! Now this one is sick. Okay, DPS. Monk. That's on the higher end of like job gear for a monk. Yeah, that's actually pretty good. I like it. The dragoon. Yeah, dragoon is dragoon. I think the moving parts must be good when you move around, like the fabrics. Yo, look at the amount of details, that's crazy. Yeah, this is pretty sick. Samurai got a good one. Yo, that's crazy. I wonder how this one looks on female character. Yeah, I like this one a lot. But this one is bad. Bad is always some bullshit. It does work when they hit the pose. Like Ranger. Yo, machinist, holy. Look at that. God damn. Nah, I like this style. And Dancer is completely whatever. Okay, Black Mage. Hello Senzo, how's it going? We're checking the job gear. Yo, Black Mage is kinda sick. Now it's got some flow. I'm doing good. Better than the past days. I like Black Mage a lot. This Black Mage feat is sick as hell. This is a summoner. It's alright, I like the top. Dude, this is actually like a velvet. Oh my god. This is insane. This feels like it, you know? Yeah, you could touch it, you know? Okay, this is giga sick. And then this new job. What the hell is this? I guess, bro. I guess. But you know it's me, so I look good on everything. I'll think about glamour later. Let's keep it consistent. Well, these are some cool ass job gears. You can tell the graphical upgrades changed everything. I just need to remember to get them later on. Now let's forget about job gear. Thankfully I unlocked flying. I did this on my own time. Well, except this one, but I just finished this zone like yesterday. So I guess the final zone is literally going to be another reflection. But about her reflection is not the 13th. What the fuck am I doing now? Feels like a lifetime ago that we were last here. This place is a little scary. I don't know if I could come here alone. The city of gold where it all began. Corona has already gone inside, but I couldn't help but take a moment. Just being here takes me back. And it wasn't even that long ago that we visited for the rite. So much has happened since then. Truly, guided by my grandfather's letter, I crossed the seas in search of answers. What awaits us on the road ahead, I know not, but I shall walk it to the end with you all. Come on, let's go. Oh shit!
Electrope everywhere one turns, harboring vast amounts of lightning. This place is very much alive. Kryl, try holding your earring to the terminal.
Huh? Rejected.
No luck. Don't give up yet. The terminal reads the code. It might just need higher clearance.
Galulja.
Galulja, would you give it a try?
Oh shit.
Me?
You are the
If
king
the
now.
king's authority is passed to you, then the gate ought to open.
But I leave behind that which I've gained by the sweat of my brow. It is yours to embrace or spurn.
His father's legacy. Cinema. pistolet van Krail.
What?
Guloja is my son now. He's happy!
The earring. It really was.
Remarkable. A void gate is forced open with a blast of ether, and thus appears as a tear in the fabric of reality. In contrast, this is the stitchwork of a master, neatly hemmed, without a thread out of place, a power to be reckoned with. But now isn't the time to marvel. If Galuljar can open the gate, then so too can Sveen close it. 'Twould be wise to employ magics in its defense, both to maintain its stability and ward off interference. While I am able to invoke said magics, I cannot sustain them alone. I require another to channel with me, and in unison.
For that role, I do humbly volunteer myself. But even our combined efforts offer no certainty of success. Might we prevail upon the two of you to lend your support?
Of course. If coordination between mages is required, few would be better suited than Alize and myself.
Shall I remain as well?
While your presence would be welcome, I'd rather you joined the expedition team. For despite our earnest efforts, the gate may well end up closed once more. In such a situation, it may fall to those on the other side to devise a method to reconnect our worlds. A task with which you are not unfamiliar, as I recall.
I have faith it will not come to that, but should it? I will endeavor not to disappoint.
So, assuming Wooklamart, Kryl, and Erenville are a given for this foray, I'll make myself useful here by guarding those who are maintaining the gate. Should any threats emerge, from the world beyond or otherwise, I'll deal with them.
I tried to find ways to cut the size to 8. Oh no.
Which leaves you free to head in there and do what you do best.
I'm sorry.
It's fine. Really. Mostly. Just don't let him bear the burden alone. Do you hear?
I know she's sad she can't go in there. En route here, I could sight of a large lizard. It looked palatable enough, so I shall hunt it later. We can enjoy the meat while you regale me with tales of a world beyond after you return. Punching Alpino. I'm needed here, except that I'm not a child anymore. I spare no effort doing my part, so you do yours too. Together we'll protect what we hold dear. There's no telling what dangers we'll face, I know. But if my mother is out there, I need to find her and give her a piece of my mind. If Finn is intent on plundering Aether from overworld, then our task is clear, we must stop her. She cannot be allowed to harm anyone else, neither those who are dear to us, nor strangers who have never met. Sorry. Once again, I must leave Lamati in your care. Please return safely. I'll keep everyone safe, just concentrate on your own task. I would dearly love to accompany you, but this time I will content myself with seeing you off. Where you now go, I pray you find hope. I look forward to hearing your account upon your return. I've done all I can. If you should meet Kafkiwa, please tell her I said thank you. To be completely honest, it is all I can do to not throw myself into that light. But I must resist the urge, for my presence will be required here should they get close. It won't do to lose everyone, our champion not least of all. I feel like at least half of the team here is sad that they cannot go inside. This power I've inherited, I'll use for good, I will. Eulogia, we all trust you. 20 years ago I emerged from the gate. Whether or not the answers I seek lie on the other side, I will see things through. I would be lying if I said I'm not nervous, but your presence gives me comfort and courage. I imagine your other travel companions often feel the same.
Tis done. Whenever you're ready.
We'll protect the portal. Keep it open no matter what.
Beyond lies an unknown reflection. Short of asking an Ascian, we unfortunately have no way of identifying which one it is.
What?
Well, what we do know is that it's Fiend's domain. A place where she brings back those who've been lost. So for now, why don't we call it the Unlost World? Right. Let's go.
Oh shit. Whew!
How to describe the sheer amazement we felt when we emerged on the other side of the portal? I fear words do not do it justice.
That's a whole city.
Before us was a vibrant world where the memories of the departed
abided and reveled in bygone days. Living memory, or so the Endless called it. How they laughed and smiled as they reminisced upon unfulfilled dreams, alive in all perceivable ways, yet knowing no loss. So resplendent was every ilm of this paradise. The words rose unbidden to my lips. All this time, it was here, the city of gold.
So it is. Oh, they got Twilight Town. That's insane. Oh, they went crazy. Unknown reflection. This is my world, my home. The City of Gold is an apt description indeed. Amazing, absolutely amazing. We literally stepped into the Yokui legend. Whichever reflection this may be, this will see the barrier between here and the source is thin in Yaktel. It was explained the Yokui's visions and the location of the gate. Hey Renvi, that volcano over there, you don't suppose it's real? An actual volcano spewing forth lava in the middle of a city, I'd like to see that. Hey, you never know. Look, there's a path down, let's see where it goes. Dude, this is insane. They got Zanarkand. A City of Dreams. Of Memories. Let me use a controller. Oh, I hate to connect. It's strange, though I've never been to this place before. It somehow makes me feel nostalgic. Unlike Everkeep with all advanced technology, here it's brick and stone, it's like we've traveled to the past. The difference may be more superficial than you think. Take a good look at the buildings around us. There's electrop everywhere, along with myriad contraptions. Like how Sphine projects her image onto soldiers, I believe this city's appearance is artificial. The laterite is identical to the one in Everkeep, right? Is it not? It's a super pretty zone. This suggests that this place is Alexandrian. To see my fair assumption, in light of all this, could it be the city is Everkeep's missing 12th level? Welcome, friends, welcome. Who are you? My name is Constancy, and like you, I am an endless. We have been recreated from the memories of those who have exhausted their souls, the departed in other words. Great effort is taken to ensure the integrity of your memories, so it will feel no different from when you were flesh and blood. Let's go along with it for now. I am a caretaker there at Living Memory, City of Endless, and it is my pleasure to provide guidance to newcomers such as your good selves. City of Endless? At a glance, there seems to be many different facilities. What kind of place is this? Simply put, it is a recreational attraction. The city is divided into 4 areas, each of which captures scenery that once defined our continent. In this way, we ensure that what is lost is not forgotten, that all precious memories endure forevermore. In Never Keep's early days, this place was used by the living, but it was made a haven for the endless hundreds of years later. Now then, if you would please follow me, I shall give you a guided tour. Do take care as wildlife brought here for preservation roams freely. Hold on a moment. Well, a tour would be interested, it's Finn that we've come to see. Oh, so you wish to meet the Queen, in that case you're in luck. It was just announced that Her Majesty will enter into a slumber, but there is still time. If you try calling to her before the Meso Terminal, at the center of the city, she will likely appear. I'm not sure how things work around here, but let's head to this Meso Terminal. Oh, thanks, Constancy. We'll take you up on the tour next time. I shall look forward to it. Good luck seeking out Her Majesty. What do we do here? Station here by the Gate of Remembrance to answer visitors' queries. Please inform me should you require assistance. The Gate of Remembrance serves as the entryway to Living Memory. From here, each area is accessible via zipline. Canal Town, Resort of Relaxation and Romance, Sister Lane, where dreams come true, Asyl Volcane, Bastion of the Fearless. And last but not least, Windspath Gardens, where you may set your spirits of inquiry. Feel free to visit any area that leads to you. Newcomers, however, must be registered in order to visit the ziplines. Visiting the Meso Terminal first is advised. Damn. Look at this place. The colossal golden structure arises from the center of Living Memory, a glittering monument to Alexandria's eternal queen. It also serves as a central terminal for Everkeep's core system. This shit is like super Twilight Town. Like the chamber in the Sky Deep cenote, the Electro Creek produces a strong golden light. A difference in energy levels, perhaps. I wonder, can the Endless venture elsewhere, or can they only survive here? The plants are real as far as I can tell, not everything is an illusion.
Sven? Are you there?
No?
If you are, say something. We need to talk. Sphene.
That you should come here.
I haven't known you long, Sphene, but I know you have a good heart. Your love for your people is proof of this. I can't let you do what you're trying to do. And deep down, I don't think you want to do it either.
I want a world without suffering. A world where nothing is lost. Would that such a place existed. But the endless only grow in number, and ever more life forces needed to sustain them. Within the barrier, we have managed to curb the cycle of rebirth these few hundred years. But we've reached the limit. That is why I looked to interdimensional fusion, to harvest what we needed from your world. From your people. And with the key, we will have it.
And once you've plundered our world of ether, what then? Will you do the same to others? All men eventually die. If you make endless of everyone, you will never have enough ether to sustain them. You but prolong the inevitable.
Sphene, if you would nevertheless persist in this folly, we must stand against you. For we too have people we cannot lose, places to which our hearts belong. Damachi, I would have loved nothing more than to work hand in hand with you to tend our nations. But fate is cruel. By the time it had brought us together, our futures had already been written. The kind and gentle Queen Sphene was too weak to serve her people, and so she will serve them no more. I will erase all memories of the living Sphene, she who has cursed me with this soft and powerless nature. Freed from conscience, I shall become a ruler that can protect Alexandria. A devourer of worlds. When two nations cannot protect their own without doing harm to the other, there can only be one resolution. It is a hard truth, but one you understand, don't you?
Then let's resolve this. I'll protect my world and all the others. This evil is not inevitable. Find another way.
I'm afraid we're out of time. The process has begun, and it cannot be stopped.
Mesoterminal memory deletion in progress.
Satellite terminal, memory deletion in progress. Upon completion, interdimensional fusion will commence.
Hey, the Master. Hello. How's it going?
Speed!
The Endless were unsustainable from the first. Finn has been fighting a lost cause. The Endless exist in defiance of the laws of nature, but they exist nonetheless, with Finn holding them to be no different from the living. Whilst Finn's intentions are good, her methods are anything but. We cannot heal at any cost. What are we to do now, damn it? I feel I had come to understand Finn, but I'm still clueless. Utterly clueless. It doesn't seem like we can do much else here. Let's return to FFXIV for now. The caretaker Constancy. Perhaps he can tell us more about this business of Finn going into a slumber. ChatGPT turning into rock. They're the same thing. Look at how good this place looks. Don't tell me he's gone somewhere else. He's left the area. Is that? No, that's not him. He's nowhere in sight. Couch is playing fighting games. He just told me that he was done with fighting games. Crack addiction. Perhaps he has taken over recent arrivals on a tour. Looking for someone, are you? Yes, he was here just earlier, a fellow named Constancy. Wait, what? Mommy? Hello everyone, you made it here as I knew you would. Is that who I think it is? It is! It's Kakiwa! None other. This is the first time some of you are seeing me in the proverbial flesh, isn't it? Feast your eyes, then. She who was controlling that unassuming machine was a ravishing Shetona maiden. Wife. That was a bit much, wasn't it? Ignore me. So it was true that you're here means. I tried to tell you so many times, but my courage always failed me. I am indeed an Endless, have been for quite a while now. Erenville. Now you've come to stop Finn, yes? I can help with that, but I have a request to make. You know how to stop her, then? Yeah, his mom is super hot, bro. Well, there are no guarantees. Your coming here makes it a distinct possibility. As my wish is relevant to your mission, will you hear me out? You can decide what to do afterwards. Hello. Excellent. To begin, we'll need to head to a different area. See that sentry? I'll have them grant you access to the zip line. Zip line? What is that? Damn, Wuklamat has not played Death Stranding. She's washed. A fun little mode of transport. They don't see much use though, as we Endless can teleport freely within living memory. This particular line will take you to a zone called Kernel Town. I'll be waiting for you there. With that entering pushiness, it could only be Kafkiwa. Let's go. Man, Erenville. I feel so bad for him, bro. His mom is dead and now she's like some form of like simulacra made out of her memories. Like she's still dead either way. I'm sorry, just she's gone. Yet to see and hear her carrying on like nothings. I don't know how to feel. Kafkiwa had already teleported ahead, it seems. I think I know how it works. I've got this. It has the look of the contraptions found from the Isle of Ham, does it not? The Isle of Ham is that final dungeon in Walker, right? I bid you welcome to Canal Town, the restart of romance and relaxation. Relaxation. Please enjoy your stay. Yeah, this is like yeah, final dungeon of Walker. FF9 music. What a charming place. That's them, the people Sphinx strives to protect. They look happy. So, what's this request of yours? I want you to erase us. Erase the endless. Why is this not voice acted? What? For now, let us hear the rest. And by rest, she means... Kafka must have a reason. Oh, come now, spare me those gloomy faces. Being alive, you're the only ones who can do this. And you won't have a better opportunity than now while Queen Sphin is busy preparing to initiate interdimensional fusion. It's wrong to sacrifice others to sustain the endless, this I firmly believe. But talking to you now, you seem as real as any of us. And if you need an answer right away, I don't know if I can give it. Is there a reason we need to act so soon? Because, as you just said, it's wrong to sacrifice others to sustain us. Remember, we need life force. Other forms of ether don't cut it. In the beginning, we managed the effort of those who died in the barrier, but as our numbers grew, there began to be a shortage. That's why Queen Sphin looked to other sources. Even the ether I'm composed of may have come from the victims of the attack on Tuliolol. I can't bear that thought. Can't bear to exist because someone died. We'd probably feel the same way if you were in your shoes. But what exactly are you asking us to do? In each zone, there is an enormous data storage device called a terminal. This is where our memories are kept. If you shut down a terminal, the memories within will disappear, along with those endless created from them. But does it need to be done now? Can't we stop Sphin first and then take it from there? It's precisely in order to stop Sphin that it must be done now. Her own memories are stored within the mesoterminal, which stands at the heart of living memory. As you would expect, the terminal's defenses are extremely tight, but it has moments of vulnerability, such as when it has just finished calculations, which we can exploit to shut it down from within. While we wait for that opening, we erase the Endless. Once we are gods, Finn will no longer have a reason to plunder ether from other worlds. Would Finn simply allow us to shut down the terminals? In preparation for fusion, the mesoterminal is currently performing massive calculations while gathering energy. Even if a system notices us, it cannot easily suspend the process. Rather than doing so, I believe it will attempt to accelerate the timetable and bridge worlds before the plan can be thwarted. It won't be a decision Finn would wish to make, but she would be able to save those who are stored in the mesoterminal at least. There's sense in your strategy. In resolving to stop Finn, we had anticipated that he might come to this. But to actually talk about erasing the Endless is difficult. You need feel any guilt. No matter how lifelike we may seem, we Endless are but facsimiles crafted from memories. Besides, stopping Finn requires that you shut down the mesoterminal, which sustains all of us. Sooner or later it will need to be done. If we are to be erased, then let it be before more people come to harm. Living, breathing people with futures they deserve to experience. There is basically data centers here. I don't want you to go. Mommy, no. Well, I appreciate the thought. You can't afford to miss this chance. Do this for me, will you? There has to be another way. I'm afraid not. We spent years scoring preservation records, but found nothing. It's truly a bothersome system we've created. Well, do as you ask. Thank you for respecting my wish. And as a personal request, while her actions cannot be condoned, I ask that you afford Queen Finn a measure of understanding. Know that she herself didn't choose to become an Endless. It was preservation that made the choice for her. She is powerless to resist her purpose. What do you mean? The Sphin you know is an ideal that preservation brought to life. Harnessing the love the living Sphin bore for her people, they brought forth an eternal queen whose primary directive is to preserve the Endless. But as you know, the Endless consume ether. Sphin was compelled to find ways to procure it, and that compulsion has driven her to resort to interdimensional fusion. What? Are you telling me the original Sphin wouldn't have chosen this? What the Queen might have done, only she herself would know. But the scientists of preservation have vanished, leaving the created Queen to work alone. So as you go about your mission, think not that you're stopping a ruthless villain, but rather that you're relieving a troubled soul of her burden. Alright, Kafkiwa, we understand now, both your reasoning and your feelings. But before we erase the Endless, I'd like to know them. I'd like to know what she fights tooth and nail for. If we're going to reject someone's beliefs, let it be after we've come to understand them. This is a lesson I learned from the Rite of Succession. I realize we're pressed for time, but if it's alright with you, I want to meet as many people as I can. You truly are Gulo Jaja's kitten. Well, the calculations will take a while still. It should be fine if we do as we proceed to the terminals. I'm with you. We might not be able to learn everything, but it would nevertheless be meaningful if we could glimpse the hearts of those who inhabit this place before we set them free. Nodders. I'll leave you to it then. When you've finished here, come and find me at the fountain near that big clock tower. Right, let's split up and find some locals to speak with. It really is a lovely place. It really is a lovely place. You should run along and enjoy it while you can. But what did Kafkiwa die of? Old age? She's a Viera, she can live hundreds of years, no? I will not object to your decision, and as my mother says, you needn't feel any guilt. Yet I admit I myself am still conflicted. To have such doubts after coming all this way, it's laughable, isn't it? Your ancestors were refugees from Lindblom. What else they must have? I must say I'm starting to enjoy myself, even if it's only brief. This has the feel of a journey. Well now, I don't believe I've seen you around before, a newcomer I take it. It's wonderful here, let me tell you. Well, I just bumped into a dear friend in life, and we've been wheeling away the hours reminiscing. Might have been more like days actually, you don't get a sense of the time here. By the way, did you hear the announcement earlier? As much as I love this place, I wonder if Queen's Fiend can really sustain us forever. But I suppose there's no use worrying about such things. Anyway, thanks to you, we found a break in our conversation. We'll go and ride the gondola next. Oh, hello there, taking in the sights of Chinatown too, are you? Both my wife and I adore this place. We had become estranged in life, she and I, but being here gave us a chance to reconcile. I couldn't be more grateful for the chance to spend these blessed little moments together again. I have no more regrets. Whether Her Majesty's plan succeeds or no, I can rest with peace in my heart. Well, we shall continue on our way, but we hope to see you again. Till next time. A part of me hopes that my parents are here too, but it's probably too much to ask for. The Endless seem to eat the food with relish, but it couldn't be real, could it? Welcome, we have popcorn and cookies by way of snacks, and mugs and plushies for the memories. There's nothing more relaxing than the gentle rocking of a gondola. Please have a seat, I plan to remain here a while yet. You there, have you tried the popcorn from that stall? You haven't? You don't know what you're missing. I consider myself something of a gourmand, and believe me when I say the classic salt flavor is amazing. The saltiness is simply exquisite. That's the only way to describe it. Once you have a mouthful, it's impossible to stop until it's all gone. And after you've tried that, I urge you to seek out other stalls. There are lots of them everywhere, offering all manners of delight. All manner of delights. For another recommendation off the top of my head, the ice cream over in Asil Volcane. It's so smooth and rich, and just thinking about it has given me a hankering. That's it, I'm going to go and have some right now. Welcome, welcome, have a browse, and let me know when you're ready to order. Browsing. You're here on that lady's recommendation as well, I take it. Had been wondering what the Endless do for sustenance, so it seemed a good opportunity to learn. Oh, this is your first time eating, is it? The food here is created using ether and memory data. To us, it tastes just like the real thing. So how about it? Will you care for some popcorn? Let's give it a try, shall we? That's the spirit. Find a table you like and I break it right out. And lest you worry, there's no charge. All the food is free here. Food created with memory data. How will this taste to the living, I wonder? Well, as they say, there's only one way to find out. You sample a handful of popcorn. Where it has texture, you can detect no taste whatsoever. Good gods, it tastes like nothing at all. You must put some salt. I mean, it's amazing. I've never had such tasty popcorn. It's not our best. It's not our bestseller for nothing. What about you? Oh. The saltiness is exquisite. Hahaha, it's always special watching newcomers eat for the first time. Yeah, they're the same, like watching us check our reactions. They're just like the people of Everkeep. Their communal spirit, their delighted smiles, exactly the same. Thank you for a custom, come again anytime. By the way, prior to this, a young man caught my eye near the canal. He appeared to be searching for something and rather frantically. Did you perchance see him too? No. No, I must say I'm curious as to what has him so flustered. Could you help me look for the fellow? Mukbang streams. My thanks, said head to us, him. Basically, Twitch viewers checking the reaction of someone playing FF14. To seem he is no longer in the vicinity. Let us keep looking. Whatever it is that troubles him, perhaps we can be of assistance. I cannot claim to know exactly how Endless behave, but hopefully our man has not gone far. Let us split up to search for him. He is an Eldate with fair hair. Eldate? Yo, this looks insane. A most wondrous thing has happened. My mother was recently reunited with a good friend of hers. I imagine they're doing their best to make up for lost time. Speaking of all that has happened since the last they met. Indeed, I expected it would be sometime until she returned, so I was thinking of procuring a few snacks to pass the time. Perhaps some popcorn to start. God strike me down. We reunite again after 100 years, and what should happen? Yes? My apologies, but I'm in some haste. If you have something to say, please make it brief. Your friend noticed that I seemed troubled, so you've been looking for me. What counsels you are? I've lost something important. The engagement ring intended for my beloved. A lanky, monkey-like fiend stole it from me. After running hither and thither, I'm not sure to locate the beast in yonder square. But I'm uncertain how I should take the ring back. Once I might have considered fighting for it, but given the shortage of ether, the danger is simply too great. If I were to be struck down and my essence dispersed, I'm not like to be remade for a long time. I cannot risk that. Not after my beloved has finally been given form again after 100 years. Though it pains me to do so, I shall give up on the ring, but I thank you for your kind concern. Oh, it's here. Let's go back to mouse. Behind me. I checked the NPCs here. These ones. I don't know if there are others. Where did she go? No. Wait. Oh no. Oh no. We will never find each other. Oh dear, where's he run off to now? Poor Lalas. Oh, tissue again. Was there something else? Good heavens, this is the ring. You took it back from that beast? Thank you ever so much. I see you already resolved the situation then. You must be a friend who first noticed me. I owe you my gratitude as well. My name is Class. I was planning to propose to my beloved with a ring, and thanks to you I can do just that. Well, that is close to rejoice indeed. Did the two of you meet here? No, we were sweethearts in life, but I died young and she only followed me decades later. Even then our reunion wasn't yet to be, for the ether shortage means not everyone can be recreated. I had to wait until but recently to see her again. A reunion beyond death, such a thing would be possible here, I suppose. I assume you're newly arrived. While our memories are stored in the terminals, less than 1 in 10 of us has been given form at present. I myself have been reincarnated 3 times now, and each time there seems to be fewer of us. It's fairly a miracle that my beloved and I could meet. I see, given the circumstances, the chances of existing concurrently with an acquaintance would be slim indeed, and slimmer still for a loved one. Truly, that is why I decided to do that which I failed to do in life, ask her for a hand. With her regulator she was spared the sadness of my death. Even so, she never took another man for the rest of her days. She told me that although she couldn't remember me afterwards, she could never shake the feeling that someone precious had been a part of her life. The sweet fool. The ring represents a yearning I have long carried, though I know full well it is only a construct, like these bodies of ours. There is a part of me that wonders if this is wrong, not that I expect us to exist forever, even in this form. But to be the one I love once again and make her happy, however long this world may be, I have nothing but gratitude for FFXIV. Now if you'll excuse me, I shall go and make the proposal. I made her wait long enough as it is. This isn't much, but please accept it as a token of my thanks. Tickets! For the gondola! To ensure that your order is preserved, we must observe the proper way of doing things even here. It's very much a FFXIV to make it so, is it not? Take care, my friends, and see to it you have no regrets. That was a good story. Hey, all mine, how's it going? Well, I think it's about time we rejoin the others, but what do you say we go by gondola? I expect it won't be possible to do so once the terminal has been shut down. Come then, let us seek a vessel at the pier. More Zelda? How are you enjoying Twilight Princess? It's as good as the first time I played it? Nice. I've presented our tickets. Well, I'm no stranger to boats, I can't help but feel a little excited. We can push off at any time. Mind the gap when you board.
Do you remember what I said to you before all this? That life is a series of journeys, that you must be true to yourself, for indeed, there's no telling what awaits. I don't know about you, but I certainly didn't expect to behold such sights. The future is as fluid as the water beneath us, truly. Tell me, my friend, have you ever wished to be reunited with someone who has passed away? I have. I do. But I think, above all else, I wish that they had lived. If only for one more day. Just one more day. A joyous one, if I could choose. I did all that I could to make it happen. I tried everything, and spared nothing. In that manner, I was able to keep some few souls out of harm's way, but so many were beyond my power to save.
The Crystal Exarch is speaking.
What would I have done then, had I this? And you? Can you imagine yourself spending eternity here, knowing no loss?
It was nice to chat with you again, my friend. It feels as though it has been some time. Having met Endless like a class, I feel I've come to understand Sphine a little better. Anyone who wishes was dear to them a long and happy future, and she bears the burden of this desire for all her subjects. Yet, as Kyle said, we too have people we cannot lose. Come, Denham, we can get to the fountain by yonder bridge. I think for my wire of light, an eternal life must suck, you know. It's not fun if you cannot die, you know. Now I look at it closely, the clock has no hands, on account of there being no need to keep track of time, perhaps. Ah, I wanted to speak to Kafkiwa. Fuck! Kral and Erenville are still out and about, it seems. So how was it? What are your impressions of those you met? It was great, everyone was so happy. Just talking to them made me happy too. What about you, Denham? Sweethearts reunited, that's a miracle. Well, it is a miracle after a fashion. The system strives to make such encounters possible. If you meet someone you know, it's probably not by chance. The terminals hold information on unfulfilled longings, and use them to orchestrate reunions like a classes. I see, that the terminals can do this is impressive indeed. But there is one thing you do not understand. According to a class, his beloved passed away decades after he did, yet they appeared to be of like age. Ah yes, people are not necessarily created as they were when they passed away. The appearance of an endless, I speculate, reflects the happiest period in their life. Is that the case for you then? Though I can tell how old you are as slowly as your people age. I'm not sure, to be honest. I have so many happy times, it's hard to know which one applies. I'm insufferably inquisitive. Were its natural technology, I can't help but want to learn more about the world around me. You might say that discovery is what gives me joy, made me happy in life. It may have been a blessing afterwards. The other endless are content with what they have here, you see. They don't develop the urge to live. But I was so determined to see the world again that I taught myself how to gain control of a vessel and ventured outside. You're a proper rebel. Well, that's enough about me for now. We'll wait for Kral and Elishpia. I have a favor to ask of you. As you may have noticed, most of the fountains here aren't running. That's because, despite its shiny appearance, this city is centuries old and everything is dreadfully run down. The fountains apparently used to put on magnificent shows, and I was hoping I could get them working again. Giving the control units a dose of ether should be enough to restore the circuit and switch them on, but being an endless, I'm unable to do that. I realize this is a selfish request, but at the last, I'd like to treat the people here to a display. Just leave it to us, I'd love to see the show myself. Thank you. The control units are built into the surrounding lamppost. If you tend to a few of them each, it should be done before you know it. Once the fountains are fixed, you can round up LNHP and Kral and head to a hydro terminal together. So the time is nigh. Come, let us set to it. The fountain shows are supposedly magnificent, perhaps they'll impress even my fussy little bun-bun. Looks like ordinary stone, but inside it's electrop. Talk about confusing. I do so love the view of the city from here. The picturesque scene of passers-by against the skyline is absolutely perfect. But the endless have greatly diminished. The buildings in the distance have gone dark. What will come next, I wonder? This must be the control. Daguerreo Medical Collection. Oh, Daguerreo! FF9.
We've switched on the circuits like you asked.
Thank you, everyone. Hopefully, this does the trick.
Oh! Amazing. Wow! Look, Mother, look!
It's beautiful.
I've never seen anything like it.
No.
Wuklamat!
Namika. Oh
By
shit.
the gods, it's Namika.
Begging your pardon, but I'm looking for a child. A small Shibrali girl. Have you seen her by chance?
You are Namika, aren't you? It's me, Wuklamat. Don't you recognize me?
Oh, what am I to do? The child and I, we aren't related by blood, but she's as dear to me as my own.
It's all right. You found her. I'm here.
You? Could it be?
Yes, Namika. You know these eyes, this voice. It's me, Wuklamat.
Oh! It is you! Oh, how silly of me. But if you're here, then that means...
No. I'm still alive.
Oh, good. Thank the gods for that. But what power has brought us together again? This isn't a dream, is it?
It's not a dream. Or rather, it is a dream come true. I so wanted to hear your voice one more time.
Just look at you, my Wuklamat. Stronger and more assured than I've ever seen. Such hazards you must have braved and hardships endured to come so far.
I met of
It
her.
was tough, but I made it thanks to my friends.
My teachings.
And to you, Namika. I'm the person I am now because you always believed in me. Because you loved me as if I were your own daughter. Thank you. Thank you. You were everything I could have asked for. The best mother.
I'm so glad. Looking back, I've had a blessed life. And it was because I was a part of yours.
I'm gonna cry now.
When I lost my child to illness, I thought I'd never know happiness again. But it rekindled in my breast the instant you smiled your little smile at me. You became my purpose, my joy.
You were mine too.
To have this chance to speak with you again and leave nothing unsaid. I know not how or why, but I am grateful. So grateful. Where you must go, I cannot follow. But know that I'll always be with you. Take care of yourself. promise me?
I will. Mama. I will. And one day, we'll meet again. I understand why Sving cannot bear to let them go. But as painful as it is to part, we're meant to live and die. To let go and let others carry on in our stead. We can't cling to everything forever. Come, let's keep moving.
This was a great cutscene. Uklamat is all grown up now, thanks to our two chings. Ouch. Leave me alone. Bah. Pay me tacos. Okay, that's fine then. I think Twitter only knows about the lesbian scene in Ghost in the Shell manga, bro. That's entirely all they know. They only know this one. Just to make sure, Kafkiwa, you're not going to disappear when we shut this terminal down, right? Not just yet. It's the aero terminal in Northwestern Zone that holds my memories. You already know how to operate the terminal. It's the same process as the fountain's control. I'll leave it for you to decide when to shut it down. Doing so will cause Vendla's here to fade away, together with this beautiful scenery. If you still wish to speak with people or see the site, you want to do that first. Oh shit, so everything is going to shut down. Did I explore everything here? What's this place? Monster Den. Let's make sure we checked everything. Yeah. There's even barriers, I think. Huh? Okay. Huh. Oh no. Liquid soul. The. She's gonna twerk on me. Yeah, you can see like how behind is all a facade, pretty much. That's a big ass zone. I don't think I can finish this game actually today. Actually. Where did I put myself into? Where am I? Okay, I talk to them. The Lalas are going to disappear. We'll never find each other. A resort of romance of relaxation. This charming town living memory was designed around the element of water. In addition to traversing its enchanting canals, one can find fortune at the front of the ocean, or explore the Daguerreau medical collection. I see. What the fuck? Who is this? Sally the Sweeper. Whoa, 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 whoa. The boat! A different song played, so this must have been an S-rank or something. Okay, so we actually did kind of check everything there was to check, pretty much. I made a wonderful memory, thank you. The show was reflecting, was it not? Namika looked truly happy. Shut it down! Yeah, all of this was electro.
Sleep tight, everyone.
This is leading most through appearance. Had braced myself for it to actually raise the endless's harm. Thank you. This hurts, I'd be lying if I said otherwise. But the only way now is forward. I chose this path, I won't hurt my steps. Don't torment yourself so, ask this of you, so the burden lies with me. And remember, we endless are but facsimiles, crafted from memories. You needn't feel guilt for erasing us. Be that as it may, it's so hard to say goodbye. It is, nonetheless, it's our duty as the living to know and remember them. Tell you, she grew up. So let's pull ourselves together and keep at it. Keep seeking them out. I'd appreciate that. Come, let's head to the next zone. Yes, Starland it's called, and another zipline at the Gate of Remembrance will take you there. Oh, but out to mention. While shutting down a terminal should rest the endless bound to it, those with strong unresolved feelings may linger for a time. If you encounter such individuals, perhaps you could lend them an ear, for their hopes are proof that they once lived. So, quests, okay. I see. It's also sad now. feel like I got randomly muted. I was saying maybe Otis looks like Steiner. A man is engaged in battle with fiends. He may need a helping hand. I guess I'm just going to glow blue then.
I know not who you are, but my thanks for your timely aid.
Your bait's so strong! That was amazing, Otis! And you too, mister!
Mister!
Ha ha ha! Fiends such as these are naught to be feared.
Well then, dealt with it already, have you?
Be at ease, one and all. So long as I, Sir Otis, live and breathe, no citizen shall come to harm.
Mister. Otis the goat!
Otis? Of all the people, could you really be that Otis?
I'm certain I do not know what you mean by that, Otis. I am who I am, and I should very much like to know who you are.
You're Sir Otis Villona, Lord Captain of the Royal Knights of Alexandria, yes? We met you while searching for Gululja. You cooked a most delicious repast for us. Fought beside us in Solution 9.
Gululja. Solution 9. I've never heard of such things. These events of which you speak are utterly unknown to me, as are you. I'm quite confident I would recall if we had met before. Could this be? Villainy! You seek to bewilder me for purposes most foul!
No villainy intended, I swear. Tell me I'm not mad. This is definitely the Otis we know, right?
I feel like I should play along. An earlier version.
I say! What are you whispering about there? Wait! I've no time for this. I must attend to my preparations for the founding celebration.
That's Steiner.
The children begged and begged that I perform in the marquee play, and I cannot possibly disappoint them. I take my leave of you. Good day!
Good day!
Founding celebration?
God, what a surprise to meet Otis. He might not be the exact same as the one we met in Heritage Found, but still. Thinking back, he mentioned he was a test subject for soul preservation. That might explain why he's here in this way. In any case, I'd love to talk to him some more. There are some things I need to tell him. Right, let's go after Otis. He's bound to know what about the past, about the Alexandria of old as well as Finn when she was a living person. The problem is he doesn't seem to be in the mood to talk. Perhaps you can offer to help him with this founding celebration. That might warm him to us. He said up this way, come on. I'm always down to talk to Otis. Man, we're gonna have to turn this place to rubble too. I want to go and see the castle. We'll go once I've cut my breath, alright? Sounds like we'll be ready with the air cap then. They can't decide if they'd rather ride the Bergmar Ring or the Experience Wheels. Me, I just wish we would make up our minds so we can go already. This place hardly feels real. And yet it is. Are you harmed or are you unharmed? The latter, methinks. To which Her Highness replies with a winsome smile. I am, thanks to you, my dearest Otis. You again? Shall I play the part of the Queen? I appreciate the offer, but there is no need. The script is my own work, you see, and I know Princess Finn's lines even better than my own. Ho ho ho. There is, however, a scene with which I struggle. Hey, this looks like fun. Can I join in? You as well. I thought I said I was busy. You did, but you thought that maybe we could help. You're getting ready for founding celebration, yes? I am, and if truth be told, we are in dire need of assistance. For this edition of the celebration, there is to be a play about the history of our realm before the children's enjoyment. But with you or us being given form, we have not enough hands to carry out the production. First, I have been tasked with not only writing the script, but performing as myself besides. Calm down, it's alright. We really are happy to help in any way we can. Just tell us what to do. For the same reason the production is short-handed, it has become difficult to gather a crowd. I'd be obliged if you could spread the word of the play to the children in Yesterland. Consider it done. We'll take ourselves around and talk to younglings. Splendid. Oh, and to better appeal to them, we have adorable animal costumes for you to wear. Together with your chaste bearing, of course. Oh. Well, she already has an animal costume. Alright, anything to make your children happy. Let's see, yes, this one should be suitable for you. I hope it's not the elephant for me, not the elephant again. Hehe, she's the elephant. Oh, it's a glamour. I was confused for a moment when you handed me the device. I have something in mind for you as well. Let me know when you are ready and I shall activate it for you. What's yours going to be, I wonder? Ready are you? Then let us have you done your costume at once. Two. What the hell? It was already a bunny. What was the difference? Marvelous, there's not a child that would fail to be delighted. Hey, it really does suit you. Now that you are suitably attired, après you go forth and promote or play to the children. Concentrate your efforts here in the vicinity of the air cab station and see what you make it fun. In the meantime, I shall continue my own preparations here. Should your costume wear off, I shall provide you with another. Whoa, what the hell? This might be better than my current glamour, actually. How can you speak with Otis when he's dead? So we are in living memory, which is the memories of people being conserved and given a shape. So it's basically some kind of like a doomed utopia. So we are seeing an earlier version of Otis. Oh, okay. No, the Queen's Fiend did this. The great big golden statue is exactly what she looks like. That's what my mom told me, and she's a scientist. But my mom also told me that the terminal is a tomb. Her Majesty must watch over all of us from there. She has the Larsa outfit. I play about the ram sounding. I love history, that sounds great. I let my mom know so we can go and watch together. Thank you, Mr. Rabbit. Oh, hello there, Mr. Rabbit. What's the matter? I have a play. I know about it. They sometimes have performances over at the castle. I've seen it before, so I was going to give it a miss. But if they say it's special this time, then alright, I'll go. That's right, Sir Otis will be in the play as himself. You can't miss it. Look at this place. Look how good this looks. Unfortunately, we will make everything tumble down. Look, it's a rabbit. What is it? Want to play with us, do you? There's going to be a play about Queen's Fiend. I want to see it. We'll head over to the castle right away. Thanks for telling us. Well, I'm done. What? A rabbit monster, you shall rue the day you cross path with this royal knight. There's going to be a play of knights and stuff. Come on, let's go and watch. We can ride the arcade later. The monster part is right. Well, who should interrupt my arcade watching but a person in a silly costume? Let me guess, you're here to tell me about the play, don't bother, I've seen it no less than 50 times already. Otis is going to be performing as himself, now that's a new twist on an old classic. Alright, just for that I'm willing to see the play again. This kid's a FF11 player. Hey Kinnard, how's it going? You finished making rounds, excellent. I shall take the costume off your hands. No. You exist. That's good enough. Thanks to the two of you promoting the play in my stead, I could memorize the lines to my satisfaction. I'm grateful beyond measure. How's MSQ? It's very good right now. Don't mention it, it was fun meeting Endless Children. Endless Children, what an odd thing to say when we're on Endless ourselves. It's complicated. I'll explain it to you, but the play's due to start soon, isn't it? Aye, very soon. I must needs make my way to a venue and see to the final preparations. Let's talk later then. We'll be cheering you on from the crowd. By all means, but hold on. What would you say to performing in the play as well? Oh, like FF9? Are you serious? Oh no, definitely not. I've never done anything like that, and I don't think I can learn lines on such short notice. Hahaha, rest assured it wouldn't be a difficult part. What I have in mind for the two of you is a little swordplay, a duel between Alexandria and Windbloom soldiers. That is certain to please the children, and without the need for words. What do you think? This Alexandrian knight is going to take you down. Lindblom scum. That keen, are you? Alright, you asked for it. When it is settled, I shall prepare your costumes for you. You need but engage in a mock fight. Well, there isn't time for a rehearsal, the little mistakes are all good in good entertainment. With that, I shall go and inform the troop members of a change. Pray make your way to Proto-Alexandria and await further instructions. That's the castle where the terminal is. When we shut it down, this land with the endless in it will also fade away. Yeah, we'll have to commit our crime. Then let's give them a show to remember. And then we'll put them to sleep. And we'll remember them too. Them and what it is that they seek to preserve for the celebration. Oh. Perhaps we could buy matching accessories. Is that your character? Look. Level 60. With the glasses and everything? Hell yeah. Nice. Free company, total losers. Bro, you have like a full set of crafters and gatherers, what the fuck? I can't wait for the ride. I'm feeling queasy just looking at it. Where's my turn? Shit. Private serveur. Maybe I actually have to use a sidewalk, you know? Like a good citizen. I'm getting shanked! Okay, I'm jaywalking. That's the entrance of Alexandria Castle, no? Well, there's no basement in Alexandria Castle, but... FF9, I mean.
Well, this seems to be the right place. What's on the program, I wonder?
And where are the others, for that matter?
Literally the FF9 music for the opera. The theater play, I mean.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, tonight's performance is a story that takes place long, long ago. A great conflict rages over precious electrope, and the kingdom of Alexandria has been embroiled in the chaos. When the royal capital comes under siege, the kingdom's valiant knights lay their lives on the line for their beloved Princess Sphene. I bid you keep your handkerchiefs at hand. Now, without further ado, it's a royal knife!
Hell yeah.
I beg your pardon?
What a twist!
Oh, unbelievable.
Ha! Yeah! I am killed! You must flee! All of you! Princess Sphene!
La Sphene!
Are you unharmed?
Chibi Sphene looks like the right thing.
I am, thanks to you, my dearest Otis.
My dearest?
He added that in the script.
And so, in no small part due to the valor of the royal knights, the kingdom succeeds in repelling the invaders. But their jubilation proves short-lived. For in mad defiance, the enemy unleashes a forbidden weapon which brings about a terrible calamity.
In FF9 it was Alexandria that unleashed a weapon. Atomos.
The good Queen Sphene, shining vision of hope among them.
Damn, she typed play dead / play dead.
Go to her! You're supposed to go to her!
Votre Romain.
What's happening?
Is it over already?
And then, though the people grieved their queen's tragic passing, guided by her legacy of compassion, oh boy, they worked hand in hand to overcome an age of hardship, and in time, they built a peaceful and prosperous Alexandria, a new Alexandria.
Bro got hit with a PTSD, that's so sad.
Pray forgive me. The memories. They had me in a vice grip.
All's well that ends well. I wouldn't dwell on it.
If I may ask, during your improvisation, you spoke of a new Alexandria. And so I'm given to wonder, do you hail from a time after mine own?
We do. And we're living people, not endless.
And you protected Sheen.
My word. That I should meet the living in this place.
You saved her. In the present.
There is another question I dread to speak aloud. A question I couldn't bring myself to pose to newcomers out of fear of the truth. Alexandria. Does it still exist?
It does. It isn't quite the place you knew, but it endures. The descendants of your people walk its streets and live each day to the fullest as proud Alexandrians.
They live. We live. I had failed to protect my queen, but to hear that, it brings me a measure of peace.
You were there too, Otis. That is an incarnation of you.
Of me? That's absurd. But wait, something comes back to me. When they were researching a means to resurrect Her Majesty, memory preservation or some such, I volunteered to be a test subject. No. It is a fog I cannot pierce. But pray, tell me, this incarnation of myself, what was he like?
He was a brave soul who protected his queen to the last.
He was a father in all but name to the new king, Gululja.
I'm gonna cry again.
Whatever you may have failed to do, you're the noblest of souls, Otis. And your deeds, your sacrifice, gave us hope that we sorely needed.
It is a miracle. Verily, there can be no other way to describe it.
It is. It really is. We bear the legacy of your other self, and we'd be glad to bear yours as well.
My, what comfort you offer! With such dependable souls to take up my shield, I may rest easy indeed. I beg you, watch over our new king. The war changed my queen. To her final moment, grief darkened her gentle countenance. I've not the honor of knowing Gululja, but I pray that for all his days, he shall have cause to smile.
We'll see to it he does, Otis. I swear.
Otis was the best of goat. He was the greatest. No explanations are required. Have I tweeted your purpose? There are paths only the living may walk. Mine was a tumultuous life, replete with joy and sorrow both, but it ends on a bright note thanks to you. If I have one regret, however, it is that I could not meet the new king. Send him my regards, won't you? No problem, we will. Oh, remember the staircase below Alexandria in FF9? This reminds me of this place. What the fuck? For a form of an endless reflex of the happiest self, enemies may die before they grow up, or grow up to find no greater happiness. That was a marvelous play. It is a shame that all will be the last performance, but it will forever be etched in my memories. Suffice it to say, I didn't expect you to appear on stage. You did a fine job, both of you. I had a wonderful time, and I believe everyone here did too. Well, we're here. Are you having doubts? No, I'll do what I came to do. It's just the founder you are of someone, the harder it is to say farewell. If you're ready, then I am too. Okay. Too bad I won't be using the attractions. Alright, let me just say a word about those we met here.
That night, he was the one who looked after Gululja. And now you follow in his footsteps.
And those of others as well. We've come to know how much Svin's people loved her, how much they yearned for peace. All of this we'll carry with us.
I see.
But I have to say goodbye to Otis again. And now all is empty. Two zones to go. Upon our return, we must regale Gololja with a heroic tale of Sir Otis Velona. And that makes half. Otis, the mechanical soldier, and Otis the endless. Through you, their paths reconverge at the last. It's like waking up from a sweet dream to bitter reality, but I'll never forget my time with the endless, or the pain I feel now. We are more than memories stored in machines. So long as someone remembers us and carries on our legacy, we'll never truly fade away. So far, there appears to be no change with the Meso Terminal, so let's take the opportunity to visit another zone. Asil Volcane, in the northeast. The place with Volcano, eh? And I suppose we're using the zipline again. You know it. Like before, I'll take care of the guard at the Gate of Remembrance. Come, let's head back. So next she's going to disappear. No music. Must say it tells me to see the scenery change in our wake. That volcano really isn't real, right? All that smoke pouring out is just part of the glamour? That's a fiery place indeed. I wonder what it's filmed upon. How can she be so carefree about everything? Okay, I need to go to a bathroom. I'll be back. Yo! I'm back. Okay. It's time to cry some more. You're the industry plant. Hey Senzo. It's not an illusion. It's not an illusion. We are basically in Alexandria. Oops. What's this now? Don't tell me you're afraid of lava. Not on your life. It isn't even real, is it? Oh, definitely not. But don't take my word for it. Jump in and see for yourself. No need, I believe you. Hehe. That there is the terminal. You can get to it via the caverns that run through the volcano. I'll go on ahead and wait for you. Take care of the wildlife now. Hey Erenville? I'll explore alone. You needn't worry. I'll give the wildlife a wide berth. Poor Erenville, he's still coming to terms with it. You can hardly blame him. Let's save him be for now. Come on, let's get moving ourselves. You know what? Ah, shit. I'll take a try. The mechanical soldiers are as common here as they are in Solution 9. I wonder how long ago they were created. Right would seem be the more direct path to the terminal, but I must say I'm curious about that building on the left. Looks like we have two paths to choose from. I thought I saw Kafki were heading left for. While that would seem to be a detour, I must say I'm rather curious about that round building. Well, I'm always up for a scenic route. Let's follow after Kafkiwa and see what the building's about. A round building with seating for spectators. Might this be affecting Arena? Found her. Erenville is elsewhere, of course. Well now, look who came this way too, great minds as they say. This appears to be a fighting arena, it is also a recreation and actual place. In all likelihood, while I don't know the details, I understand such facilities were once common across the land. Though it's closed at the moment, even Solution 9 has the Arcadian. It may well be a legacy of the past. Anyway, it seems the next match is about to begin. As I've already spectated my field, I will move on, but you ought to head inside for a look. Oh shit, two lalas. We're going to commit an umbral calamity. He fucking died.
That rather resembles Arcanima, wouldn't you agree?
Indeed. While similar arts could have developed independently across reflections, this verges on being identical.
Thoughts on LFL players? They like the 1% percentile. They actually run the show. These are her parents!
Is something wrong?
What?
Oh shit.
Do we know each other from somewhere?
Come on, dear!
Oh, I'm sorry, but I must be going.
Wait, please!
You're new here, I gather. It may seem strange at first, but give it time. You'll grow accustomed to it soon enough.
No, I'm not. Rather, I'm. Oh, what can I say? Of course. This earring. Do you recognize it?
Impossible.
My name is Cryle. When I was a baby, I was taken from this world to another, where I grew up without knowledge of my past. I know not how much time has passed for you, and, things may not be as you expect them to be, but I'm here now. I found my way back.
I'm gonna cry again.
This earring. It contained a code with which I was able to reopen the gate. And I did. And I'm here. And...
Could it be as she claims?
She's not lying. I can tell. And there is no mistaking the earring. Oh, how you've grown, my darling daughter.
Oh.
It has been 20 years.
Yes, names. I'm Robor, and this is Alila, your mother. Doubtless, we have a mountain of questions for each other, but perhaps we can take this somewhere quieter? The Heatwells, for instance. There's a spot there where we can relax and chat.
Miracles really do happen here. I'm happy for Kyle. To think that Kyle would actually meet her parents. Could it be that the system orchestrated this reunion as well? Forgive me, this is also much to take in. I'm struggling to collect my thoughts. Oh, so now we're reaching level 100 quests. Thought myself prepared for the possibility, but to actually come face to face with my parents was overwhelming. And having been parted from them as an infant, I'm not sure how to behave. Take your time. After everything that has happened, you deserve to do so. You have many things to say to one another. Now you can say them. Indeed, this is a meeting to be cherished. Just do what comes natural, eh? Thank you, everyone. I'll make the most of our time together. No. Ouch. Cozy place. What's the weather? Reminiscence, okay. I look away for only a moment and she goes off and buys another ice cream cone. What if I wanted one too? That's a nice ice cream. I'll not deny my work as a courier was fulfilling, but look around, we have everything we could ever want here. All of this is going to disappear, no! Ah, paradise. I think I have an ice cream. Didn't you have one back at the arena? There are special flavors here. You're all our daughter's friends, yes? Thank you for bringing her to us. That we should meet our daughter again here of all places. Let's keep an eye on things for now. You could carve attention with a knife. What? It's such a strange feeling to be reunited with you beyond death. Your companions, what are they called? Oh dear, I'd completely forgotten to introduce them. Over here is Wuklamat, Voufrezov of Tuliolol. Besides her is Gratia, my colleague in the students of Valdesian. And there is Denham, an adventurer, though that hardly does him justice. He is the most dependable of friends, to whom I owe my life. I didn't do anything. My word, we clearly have a great deal of thanks to give, don't we, dear? Yes, we do. Our heartfelt gratitude to you all. Not the smoothest of beginnings, is it? If only you had some shibboleth PB to ease the way, am I right? Wait, that's not a bad idea. What do you want me to do? Go back to fucking... Hey, are you hungry? We could bring you something to eat if you like. Thank you, but we're fine. You know, it's quite hot here by the springs. Something cold would be lovely. Understood, we'll fetch you all treats that help you cool you off. I wouldn't want to be a bother, but... See, she's trying to be nice. Think nothing of it. This is what friends are for. Thank you. We shall look forward to the cool treats. I feel like a bundle of nerves. You're very considerate. Thank you, Dana. We look forward to seeing what you bring. I'm not going to bring Shibrul Pibil. That was well conceived, Wuklamat. Hey, just putting what I learned in Yaktel to use. If I had to mention a potential problem, however, it is that food here tastes like nothing to the living. Seriously? I had no idea. Still, it appears to be perfectly enjoyable for the endless. In going along with the idea, Cry likely understands this. It may not instantly break the ice, but I'm hopeful that it will help to for it. Break the ice, haha. So shall we speed up and look for what Alayla requested? Something called ironically. This is what's supposed to be a special moment, so I say we go with the best treat there is, one that will leave an impression. The locals ought to be able to recommend something. My phone is going to fall down, okay. I had my phone in my pocket. If you wanted to ask some people near the FFXIV, then Gratia and I will do the same elsewhere. Okay. Phew, after a long hot soak like that, I'm going to need a Gold Star ice cream. What? You don't know Gold Star ice cream? It's the most popular treat here in the Icile Volcane. Well, it's a little tricky to talk into. You can't come here and not trade. There's a stall just to the southwest, so you have no excuses. I am authorized to attend those patrons if you require assistance. I may also request the presence of others if so desired. Please be advised, however, requests cannot be made of those yet to become endless. A cool tree that will leave an impression that's a difficult one. Icile Volcane is home to fighters, so food here is mostly the hearty and feeling kind. Alright, there's a popular stall to the southwest that might just have what you're after. Why don't you go take a look? What's next to have today? You want a recommendation for something tasty and cold? This style doesn't have that sort of thing, I'm afraid. But speaking of something cold, I could use a nice drink with my snack. I think I'll get a coffee. Actually, a tea might be better. Or even a lemonade. Oh, but I can't go past a beer. Yeah, let's make it a white beer today. Ouch! We're enjoying ourselves in the hot springs, but then my son here got a little lightheaded. We'll be heading back after a little break and perhaps a little ice cream. Hello there, would you care for our famous Gold Star ice cream? Hey, so you're here too. Everyone I spoke with recommended Gold Star ice cream. These colorful balls stacked on top of each other, that'd be the ice cream, I take it. I can see the appeal, but it's going to be hard to deliver it intact. We need 3 servings. So let's get Grara to help carry one. You're talking to a transportation expert. I carried many things in my days. You mean you can do it alone? Well, there do seem to be vessels for carrying 3. Are you sure about this? Great, they're definitely safer in your hands than in mine. I'll go and tell Grara everything's taken care of. See you back at the springs. Do you know how many societal quest, allied tribe quests I've done? 3. Here you are. You don't want to be quick so it doesn't melt, but also careful so it doesn't collapse. Good luck and enjoy. Oh shit. Oh shit, son. Quick! Goodness me, what an amazing looking treat. Thank you so much. Wait, what if she can taste it?
Never did we imagine that such a reward awaited us.
What if she say it's like super tasty?
Isn't that so, Robor?
Hello, Borayul, hello. It's been great.
Yes.
Oh, don't mind your father. Like me, he's still getting used to seeing you all grown up. This is just excruciating.
Yes, well, a 20-year blank is not so quickly filled.
Okay, I'm concerned
Even
now.
so, there's got to be something we can do.
I feel like they're setting up these things so that, like, the twist is that she can taste the ice cream.
You know, I think I might have an idea.
Uh-oh.
Raha?
Whoa! Looking at her.
What is he doing? Oh, you needn't force yourself.
It doesn't taste of anything to the living, surely.
No, it's delicious.
What?
I mean it. I've never tasted anything so
I knew
good.
it.
It really does taste so much better when we're all together.
Yes, indeed.
Wait, I thought this was going to be dramatic, no?
I'm suddenly craving dessert. How about you?
I guess I was all wrong then.
Truly, we've never felt so happy in all our lives. We don't know how to thank you. But at the very least, we can give you some answers. You've risked so much and come so far from them after all.
Tis our understanding you are researching a power called interdimensional fusion. Will you tell us about it?
To begin at the very beginning, there is a legend passed down by our people, the Milala. In the distant past, we abided in a different world. Our homeland was a paradise of eternal summer. The flowers were always in bloom. Until, that is, the great calamity turned the very seas to ice. As those around them froze to death, our ancestors looked to a mighty relic for salvation.
Huh? Ice?
By its power, they opened a portal and used it to flee to another reality.
The key is none other than that relic. And it has been in the safekeeping of our people since time
They come from 8.0? Evercold?
Yes. When lightning threatened this world, we attempted to use the key to flee again, like our ancestors once did. Alas, no matter what we tried, we couldn't invoke its power. We had all but given up when Preservation approached us with an offer of partnership. Desperate as we were, we accepted their help, only to later discover their ulterior motive, to plunder other worlds of ether.
Can't believe the Evercode expansion was like right under your nose all
To
along.
frustrate their plans, we defected from the Order. And as their agents closed in on us, we seized control of the prototype gate and activated it.
What followed you already know. We sent our daughter and the key through the portal, entrusting them to the men we encountered. You were born with an unusual gift, you see. Upon learning of it, Preservation sought to subject you to experiments.
An unusual gift? The echo, I dare say.
Our people, the Milala. Are there any ways I might learn more about them?
There are, such as visiting the cavern inside the volcano. Our ancient homeland has been recreated there. While it's intended to serve as an entertaining diversion, it ought to teach you a thing or two about our history and traditions.
May we go there? Selfish though it may be, I should love to learn of my ancestors. Of them. And of the legacy my parents entrusted to me.
Sure, by all means. As it happens, it's on the way to our destination.
I thought the calamities, it was only the source that would receive a calamity when we was rejoining. Or is it a different kind? The shards are just floods. So like if there's an ice umbral calamity in the source because of a rejoining, the other shards get a flood. Or do you mean the planet that gets okay, I understand, okay. But it's not like the flood of light of the first. The first was like a botched attempt where like everything was going to be consumed. Well, I did speak to them. I don't remember. The sixth shard to the source. Not for much trouble for us. You all have good hearts. Our daughter is fortunate to have friends like you. With your help, I was able to not only bond with my parents, but know the joy of sharing a meal with them besides. For that and so much else, I thank you. Okay. Though it had no taste, the ice cream was a treat for the eyes. I'm glad it served to ease the tension. That worked really well, and you, Denham, your sense of balance is something else. So the Milala come from the 6th, sir? Formation and preservation. The scientists were researching interdimensional fusion. And prior to that created the Endless. As living memory is also likely their creation, I expect they would carefully curate any details concerning themselves, but I wish to keep an eye out nonetheless. I'm all for it, of course, seeing as the key once belonged to the Milala, it couldn't hurt to learn about them. But well, let's head inside. This place has the look of an ancient ruin, but I suppose it's an illusion as well. So this is how it is in here. These panels contain information of the Milala. It's very much like a museum. Distant past, the Milala abided in peace upon eyes of eternal summer. Winter never visited the bountiful land, and the flowers ever bloom in all of the colors of the rainbow. But such idyllic days did not last, for just wait see the westerly wind had turned cold, the sea suddenly froze over, when from the fish in the water to the birds in the sky, all of the animals soon perished. Such hard weather continued seemingly no end, and one by one the Milala fell until the death toll was beyond counting. Those who lived still could know not the prey as they huddled together for precious warmth. The keepers of material passed down through the ages, where it has the appearance of a crystal by whose hand it was wrought is unknown. When a great calamity froze their eyes, the speaker, the spiritual leader, fervently prayed to the relic for salvation. In answer for the prayers, the relic opened for them a golden path, one that shone like the light of dawn, and through it they fled into a new land. Okay, so in my mind it was like referencing like Evercrawled ahead of time. But I guess it's the 6th shard, I guess. Since ancient times, the Milala have excelled in calculations by using formulae and figures to represent all natural phenomena. They had succeeded in devising a unique system of magic. This gave proved invaluable in the new homeland, where they employed their calculation to etch arcane circuits upon the hour, which later came to be known as Electrop. Through this ingenious technique, Electrop was transformed into a tool that could not only store lightning, but convert it into energy of an element. So this is where arcane magic comes from. esteemed for excellence in the study of Electrop, Vimilala were favored by the rulers of many a nation. Some among them have attempted to invoke the power of the ancient relic to return to their homeland, but their efforts were to no avail. Never again has the golden path opened that allowed their ancestors to flee to safety. Eventually, the relic came to be forgotten, and some now question whether it ever actually existed. Okay. That's cool that we get to know more about this stuff. I love this this kind of lore. Quite a mystical atmosphere here. Is this what the Milala homeland was like? Ding ding, correct? Whoa. What's going on? The ancient home of the Milala people is recreated here in exacting details thanks to the marvel of Electrop. The scale alone has been adjusted in order to accommodate folk of all proportions. But I have neglected to introduce myself. I am the guide for this facility, the steps of the speaker. It shall be my pleasure to assist you as you embark upon your educational journey. That's even a guide, how considerate. Alright then, as you wander around, if there is something we do not understand, we'll be certain to ask you. This is incorrect. Visits to our facility take the form of a quiz tour, so the correct answer is follow the instructions of your guide, that's yours truly. Sounds like a pain in the ass. I'm sure it will be both enlightening and entertaining. Let's have them guide us. Very good, madam. I have registered the 4 of you as visitors. Please proceed through yonder passageway to the chamber beyond. Okay, but did she find the ice cream truly delicious, or was she pretending? Don't tell me. I don't know why I'm still stuck on this. I thought it was a setup. A story setup. Maybe at the end she say, oh, this is like that place, that dungeon in FF9. How is it called? FF9 dungeon, where you learn about the origins of the ancients, the people from Terra. I know that dungeon because the dungeon is also a pain in the ass. Œil vert. Yeah, it's French. Œil vert. Green eye. This reminds me of Œil vert from FF9. I guess, kinda. Okay. If I may have your attention. You stand within a shrine of the Milala, immigrant people who run until they found new lands to call their own. According to folklore, they originally hailed from a paradise of eternal summer. Alas, they had no choice but to abandon when a great calamity froze the very seas. The speaker, the spiritual leader, guided them to safety, and she is enshrined here with a sacred relic she wielded. In this place, they performed rituals dedicated to the dream that one day they might return to their ancestral home. A sacred relic, that must be the key used to initiate interdimensional fusion. Interdimensional fusion, if such a wondrous power existed, I can only imagine what great feats it could be used to achieve. Now then, it's time for a history quiz. Here we go. There are 4 braziers in this room, each of which is accompanied by a panel bearing a statement. If you believe a statement is true, then you must light his brazier by operating the panel. Simple, yes? If there are no objections, let us have the knight do the honors. Go on, take a look at the panels, my friend. Okay. Long ago, our people dwelled in Isle of eternal summer where flowers ever bloomed, yet eternity did not last, for a calamity turned the bounteous waters to barren ice. Yeah. Praying fervently upon the sacred relic, the speaker opened a portal through which our people fled. However, she alone had to remain behind in order to sustain the power. Will they literally tell us the answer? No. Net gives in arcane calculations, Milana not only transformed Electrum into a miraculous tool, but excelled in his study besides. As such, despite originally being outsiders, we were fervent the rulers of many a nation. To ascertain its veracity, no, it's true. I read this. When lightning threatened the world, Milana turned to Relica once more, invoking its power, he opened a portal and returned to Ocean Homeland. No. Let the judging begin! You have answered correctly, and on your very first attempt besides. Amazing. Great work, Denham. I knew you could do it. Taken at face value, information here would suggest that the Milala had simply migrated from a distant land. But we know better. We are aware of the existence of reflections, umbral calamities, and interdimensional fusion. For an event that froze the seas, the fifth umbral calamity comes to mind, that which ushered in the Age of Endless Frost. And legends holds that during that age, the entire population of the South Sea Isles vanished overnight. The art of Arcanima too traces its roots through the calculation of the South Sea Islanders. While we cannot outright conclude that these people were the Milala, there are at least enough points of similarity to support the theory. If you are amused to our satisfaction, let us move to the next chamber. Another quiz awaits. So what, did they also like travel to like the source? Or am I stupid? They travel to different reflections. That's the only way we could have arcane magic from there, no? They're originally from the source. Oh, okay, okay, no, okay, source, okay. No, okay. No, okay, I'm being dumb. I understand what you were trying to tell me now. You mean it's the umbral calamity of ice that caused them to flee? They weren't coming from a shard where the flood of ice happened. Okay, I was very confused. I confused myself. This is Oiver. This is basically a representation of Oiver from FF9. Okay, so understand, from the South Seas Isle. So the key, interdimensional key, comes from the source. Okay. Enigmatic location of the museum. Well, it is known as the speaker's last terrific guess remains a mystery. No one knows what purpose it served, not even the Milala themselves. Ça serait very curious. Instead though, some have suggested this place is purely the creation of a facilities designer, that indeed actually exists in the Milala homeland. It is generally believed, however, that the adornments upon the wall are masks that represent the emotions of men. And that brings the final quiz. How many types of masks are there? But how am I going to know? Keep on losing track. Mass represent emotions. There is just a thought with emotions and memories are intrinsically bound. Could they be Vimiala's way of expressing the different phases of living memory? Okay. Sad? Sad? Angry? Happy? What the fuck is this one? Four? Seriously, I thought it was 6. Like the name, also believe it's 4. As do I. And the correct answer is... 4. Congratulations to the 3 of you. Hell yeah. Damn it, whoever else did I mess up? And I conclude the quiz tour for the steps of the speaker. I thank you for your visit today and eagerly look forward to your next.
Finished at last. Gods, I'm exhausted.
Too much thinking.
If the legend is true, the Malala were refugees from the source. But what is this relic of theirs that can bridge worlds? Who made it? And to what end?
We're too far in the story to learn.
The key remains shrouded in mystery. By augmenting it with electrope, Preservation did succeed in opening a portal. Yet they could never grasp how they had managed to do so, much less the underlying principles of the technology. To this day, not a single person understands the mechanics of interdimensional fusion, let alone who imbued the key with its power, when they did so, or why.
A nation. ASEAN.
But remember this.
It's always the ASEANs. If it's not the ASEANs, it's the Alagans.
The key is a tool. And like all tools, in and of itself, it is a force for neither good nor evil. Once taken in hand, however, its capacity for both is made plain. In delivering one man, it may doom another, making a lie of its bearer's every good intention.
As did Preservation, Queen Sveen seeks to wield the key in the name of those she loves. And in so doing, makes her people party to the destruction of countless souls. We have told you all we can. To be able to share this with you at the last, it feels as though we fulfilled our purpose.
You've come to shut down the terminal.
Yes, we have. But perhaps there's another way, one that doesn't require the terminal's deactivation.
For the longest time, we've sought a means to erase ourselves before our knowledge could be used for ill. And in you, we have found it. So press on. Press on, and don't look back.
I will. May I ask you one last question?
Of course, my dear.
The earring. Why did you leave it with me?
Because, Kryl, we wanted to see you again. This may seem self-serving, but we wanted to leave a trace of ourselves with you. A hint to guide you to us, so that we could live in hope.
We've dreamed of this day for so long, but now that it's become reality, we wonder if we deserve to enjoy it. We wanted naught but the best for you, yet we've always wondered how much you might have suffered in our absence.
Do not torment yourselves so. As fate would have it, you entrusted me to a good man. His name is Galuf, and he raised me as his own. What's more, I've been blessed with the finest comrades anyone could have. It's thanks to you that I am here now, hale and happy. So please, be at peace. Be at peace. Mother. Father.
You already have a beautiful name, but if we might call you by the one we gave you? Maya. Our dearest Maya. We love you more than life itself.
Maya. My name is Maya.
That's cute.
Are you sure about this? You can leave the terminal to us, you know.
No, I must do this. Kryl, Maya, Baldesion must press on.
Hell yeah.
Press on and...
Kryl, Maya, Baldesion.
Farewell, Mother. Farewell, Father.
Farewell.
Fammi confide in you, Denham, having anxious ever since I chose to accompany tutorial. I was afraid of what I might discover. Perhaps I'd learned nothing, or worse, that my parents didn't love me. But now I know the truth, I couldn't be happier. I'm glad I took up pictomancy, and I'm glad I mustered up courage to say that I wanted to join you. Thank you, Denham, for trusting me with your life and walking with me all this way. Well, that's all I wanted to say. I'll see this through. Rather, we'll see this through together. My apologies for keeping you. Come, let's catch up to the others. But I'm glad Kryl got her part in the story. It's been a long time coming, no? Poor girl got shafted in Walker, but they forgot about her. No, she kinda saved us. Well, she saved the world by bringing Xenos to us. She literally saved the entire universe. But, lovely people, Robor and Alayla. Erenville isn't here yet. Why not? I shall be fine. The others have told me all. I'm glad Kral could bid her parents a proper farewell. Now then, to ask this question for the second to last time. Are you ready to shut down the terminal? Where is Erenville?
You know how to do it.
I do. That's so sad. The memories may be gone, but their love will be with me always. Now that LHP has joined us, let's head to the last zone. Just one zone remaining. Are you alright, Kyle? I am. I chose to forge on no matter what. And I had the courage to do so because of you all. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. I must say, the closer we get to the end, the faster time seems to pass us by. Come, let's head to the fourth and final zone. By now you know how to get there, yes? Yes, we do. Excellent. This time I'd like to quickly check on the Meso terminal, so I'll meet you at the Gate of Remembrance. Come on, everyone. What do you want to show me? Oh shit, there's some parts I didn't check. Purple decorations.
Yeah, no, I don't think I... Wait, what is this place? Well, I didn't check this place, I forgot. Fuck. I was so engrossed by the story that I forgot to, like, double check some of the places. Oh well. I'll have to find a way to check these in the future. Need to go back more. Okay, I just want to check these places first that I didn't explore. Ah, shit. Well, I still have my ult that I would need to go through the story with my ult. You know, skipping everything. So it's fine. So wait, let me... I'll double check these places. Okay, I need to go back more. Okay. In this room. Well, where there's the... Yeah, there was the mural. What was it? What? This one? Or the previous. Oh, this one. Look at the floor. Like why? It's not connected? The lines? It's a sun symbol. Oh. Oh. What was there again? No, it was when you had to check the... Yeah, it was like just bricks. And now it's some kind of a sun. What was there on this side again? This could be a sun too, you know? The numbers, Mason, what do they mean? How did he not see me? That was a big ass fate. No way. Listener Kafki was wish. Orenville. So this is it. As far as I can tell, we still have some leeway over Meso Terminal. Meaning you can carry on getting to know the endless in the last zone. Windspath Gardens, it's called. It's breathtakingly beautiful. That's why your memories are stored, yes? That's right, I left it for last so I could guide you for as long as possible. Very thoughtful of me, yes? Oh, a great idea just occurred to me. What might that be? I'll see it for after we've arrived on the other side. See you there. Azem had some influence somehow and confirmed so far. No. Her great ideas are generally less than great. Hey, Erenville. As much as I want to grant your mother her wish, I also want to respect yours. When all said and done, I want you to be happy. I hope you know this. I know. I know. Kafkiwa isn't only his mother, she's his mentor as well. That can only make it harder for him to say goodbye. Let's go. For now we keep doing what we've been doing, seeking out endless and learning what's dear to them. So Azem would have to have something to do with the key. What could this great idea of Kafkiwa's be? Have faith in Erenville's inner strength. Let's not keep Kafkiwa waiting. It's not Sigh. Greetings and welcome to Windspath Gardens, the sanctuary of exploration and discovery. The marvels of the natural world await you. Would someone like Azem let himself be sundered just like that?
If I could have everyone's attention, I know we have pressing business, but I'd like to say a few words. Before I died, I had 2 wishes. The first was to see who my Eleneshpia would become. I would say that wish has been fulfilled. Indeed, it has. For the boy who once shunned company has returned a somewhat sociable man, surrounded by wonderful friends. As his mother and mentor both, I couldn't be more proud. As for my second wish, that was to see all manner of nature that I had never seen before. I hoped to explore every corner of the world and there find thriving life. But I didn't even get to see all of Tural, did I? Never enough hours in a day, or days in a year, or years in a life.
Kiwa.
Oh, don't give me that look. Though, admittedly, I did go and spoil the mood. Apologies. What I was so poorly trying to work up to asking was this. I want you to help me fulfill my second wish. I have a good feeling about this place. There is so much here I've never seen before. I just know it. We'd love to see it with you. I thought you might say that. Thank you. Windspath Gardens is home to a collection of flora and fauna that once thrived on the continent. Like the rest of living memory, I haven't explored it in earnest. Controlling my vessel demanded all of my attention. But at long last, I'll get to meet the creatures here. Wrap things up with a perfect little adventure. So, shall we?
Absolutely not. We're to grant you your wish, and then what? You leave? You cannot ask that of me.
Oh, Eleneshpia. Please understand. I just wanted to end on a happy note. Not only for myself, but for all of us. Better that than a sad goodbye, surely.
As them probably didn't expect that, you know, the crystal would still exist, I guess. But them would probably know about, like, what would lie beyond Hydarin and Zodiac, right? That, like, if the world is sundered, there are things that needs to be doing beyond that. On verrait Kafkiwa toucher sur Dreams to the last. Let's help Kafkiwa make some great memories. The sector of exploration and discovery, quite fitting that Kafkiwa's memories are here. Thank you for consent, let's begin our adventure. Naturally, while we go about this, feel free to continue with reading endless, and be sure to absorb the delightful scenery. I somehow anticipated this. I thought those things were some more sort of enormous tree, but they are actually sculptures. The scenery is nothing short of remarkable. To think that Sphine has managed to preserve it for the endless. What a lovely garden. This particular garden is called Blooms of Discovery. Beautiful, isn't it? It's absolutely stunning, and they are all actual plants. They are indeed. These specimens were brought here hundreds of years ago for conservation, as the calamity had pushed them to brink of extinction. So this zone is like a great conservatory. I guess. So I guess like as someone who traveled all across the stars, like I feel like he had a third path or like something to like think about would be like how the worlds could be potentially rejoining regardless of Hydarin and Zodiac existing or no. You know, a natural pull towards the source. Doesn't the thought just set your heart aflutter? I suppose. I expect that some creatures encountered outside of Dawntrail may have cousins in this world. While I am no expert on life and the reflections, it would make for an interesting study to compare them. Now there's an idea, leave it to my pupil to think up such. Here we have not only a world's traversing adventurer and a veteran gleaner, but a pair of Charlemagn's finest scholars besides. It's a veritable gathering of inquisitiveness, and I'm thrilled to be part of it. I can't recall the last time my mother was so excited. When it comes to inquisitiveness, I reckon I'm a match for both you and Erenville. To begin with, I'd like you to scout out the vicinity and report back with any points of note. This would be a good opportunity to speak with the locals, they're bound to be familiar with the area after all. As the LHP has suggested, it would be interesting to compare the creature here with those native to the source. I never ventured outside of Dawntrail, so I look forward to your insights. Just leave it to us. I've only ever been to Charlemagne myself, but I like to think I know interesting when I see it. Of everyone, I dare say you've been to the most places. I cannot wait to hear your thoughts. Okay. Oh, hello there. What am I doing, you ask? Look up the trunk. See the plants within capsules? There are species that either can't survive in Windspath Gardens or would become invasive and disrupt the ecosystem. The capsule recreate the conditions they require from tropical to frigid climes while keeping them isolated. In this way, any and all plant life can be preserved forever, just like ourselves. You see a creature wandering about that resembles the treants native to the 12th Wood. Yeah, I know these guys. The grass update. The flower garden appears to be meticulously maintained, if not by endless then by machines. Did you know that even the water here is created using electrop? The initial product is too pure though, and adjustments have to be made so the composition resembles what's found in the natural environment. That's just one of the many things they do to create the ideal conditions for these plants to thrive. I don't know what's become of the world outside the barrier, but I should like to visit a lovely spot such as this in our life. Speaking of lovely spots, have you been to the top of this lookout here? It's a great vantage point, and there's even a footstool in case you're hungry. There's real fish here by the way, we're allowed to catch some, but I'd rather just watch them. Yo. After purchasing refreshments, feel free to sit at one of our tables if you like, or you can simply take it with you if you prefer. As your father, love, I'm brainstorming at the moment. Well, father? Ask your mother. I'm on the cusp of a breakthrough, why not ask your mother? Brother, may I have an ice cream? He's never gonna get his ice cream. My ancestors are actually Alexandrian, but hailed from a place called Comte Petit, FF9 also. They had some unique customs there. For instance, when greeting someone you had to say Laliho in a spirited manner. Our settlement was also famous for a gigantic tree that grew nearby. It was so enormous that when you stood at its base, the roots covering the ground went beyond the horizon. The terminal here in Windspath Gardens is apparently inspired by that very tree. The Ifa tree its name was. May not be real, but it's nice to have it as a memento for posterity. Yeah, this is FF9. How? Well, the arboretums of Sharlayan imitate natural environments. This place has the feel of an exhibit. In that sense, the word gardens does suit it well. There was a beast I had never seen before. Welcome back, Denham. Kral has just delivered to me a most fascinating report. You have some engaging impressions to share too, I hope. Well, that is all very interesting indeed, but I must say I'm most fascinated by the ambulating trees. Well, there are similar creatures in your Kopacha. Could you tell me more about these treants as you know them? The native to Twel's Wood who have a prey upon even wolves. Is that so? To maintain the ecosystem here, I imagine there are creatures that serve as their prey. The management of ecosystems. That calls to mind labyrinthos, does it not? That it does. Lest you wonder, labyrinthos is a storage facility deep beneath Sharlayan that contains the recreation of a temperate climate zone. Such a place exists, amazing. By the by, did anyone else also catch sight of a large skelkin? A large skelkin, you say? What does it look like? Nothing I've seen before, but it has a rodent-like form and works on all fours. If it looks like a rodent, won't that make it a beast skin? No, it's covered in scales. While it appears to mimic succulent plants, by that I would definitely classify it as a skelkin. Well, it's hard to say for certain without seeing it. Why don't you show me? Very well, it was in a flower field earlier, it should still be near. Let's head over there then. When you find it, we'll see who's right. The two of you should come along too and let us your opinions. Go on ahead then, I'll let the others know if they join you. This is so exciting, come on and help us find the creature. This is the area. The beast didn't give the impression that it moves frequently. What the fuck is this? Spot a beast resembling the Edgever you encountered in the first. That's the one there. I see. At a glance, it certainly has the look of both Skelkin and Beastskin. Let's examine it more closely, shall we? Tell me your observations. That was also the first thing I noticed. The Darcy was scales are for hiding in foliage. Having studied it, I believe that the scales upon its backs are in fact a unique form of hide. However, being shed, it grows with the creature. You may be right. If you consider that along with its other characteristics, such as its face and hands, it's more likely to be a beast skin, like you said. A physical examination will be needed to confirm this beyond doubt, but I'm satisfied simply to have seen it. Leafkin's at home. It seems you alone were familiar with this species. Where did you encounter it? The fairy kingdom of the first? Denham has been to the very edge of existence. He has seen life that others could only imagine. Amazing. Creation truly holds no end of mysteries. Oh, how I'd love to see them all. The life beyond the bounds of our star and plane both. Looks like we're having fun. Hearing about the unknown never fails to rouse me. I felt the same way when Ket and Ram and Galuf treated me to tales of their travels. Oh, it is a Leafkin. You've met my grandfather too? Oh, didn't already mention it. It was when Galuf came to Tural to investigate the Golden City. I happened to have business with Gulul Jaja, so we met in Tiliulol. Little did I know that the tiny babe he was cradling would return as you. To think our paths had already crossed all these years ago. Not only yours and mine either, and HPI was there too, you know. I won't remember. It's quite fun if you don't. It was actually because Galuf told me about Charlayan that I later urged an HPI to take up gleaning. My first seabedman was wearing up dour and withdrawn. It was when I was at my wit's end that I recalled the grandfather's story about gleaners. Seeing the world through their adventures would inspire a change for the better, I believed. I'm sorry I was dour and withdrawn. If you ask me, you still have some work to do. But it's because you're that way you're with us now, and I for one am grateful. Well, let's keep moving, shall we? There is a facility I've been wanting to visit, the Clara Museum of Nature. Clara is also FF9. They're supposed to have creatures that take you on leisure flights. There's just one problem. It seems only 3 people can fly at one time. That you and Arrivé should go, the rest of us still have plenty of other things we can do here. If there's room for one more, why don't you come with us, Denham? Good, I'm going to join a family business. Well, it's settled. The museum is at the bottom of a ramp that runs west of Leno Dareo. Come on. I need to go to the bathroom. Okay. Well, I need some water. I've been reading so much. Okay. All this time my grandfather was a common thread between us. Look after Erenville for me. Do not mind us and just enjoy yourselves. We shall explore a little more and then make our way to the terminal. What the? I feel like this is not the correct way to cross. The knowable. Cross through here, I think. Yo. I'm told the animals are quite friendly. What? It does look the part of this museum. I must say I'm curious what's inside. Hello there, come to ride the Mewapiaras. How are you? Oh shit. Capybaras. Here it is, the Clara Museum of Nature. The main building is closed due to airfare shortage, but happily they're still offering leisure flights. And these are the fellows that will bear us. How adorable. They don't look capable of flight. Haha, come on now. You know better than to judge a creature by its appearance. This will be great, I just know it. Begging your pardon, but this is why you can go on leisure flights, yes? Indeed it is. Bearing you will be our adorable Mewapiaras, who are especially trained by a Turali friend. Just say the word and we'll send you up and away. And there you have it, shall we then? Have to trust to a theory of ancestral levitational predisposition. Theory holds that all life forms have an innate capacity for levitational magics. While some magic generally remain latent, they may manifest in the ability to fly. Oh. You are ready, then go ahead and mount up. The Mewapiaras Les Wapiaras fly a set route, so you need only relax and enjoy a view. Whoa. How exhilarating. I'll be damned, they really do fly. Hey, we were flying in formation, don't we look like migrating birds? Except on giant rodents. Speaking of migrating birds, the mallard here is where your name comes from. Did I ever tell you that? That I knew, but I learned it from a shamaness, not from you. A migrating bird can fly anywhere it desires, even across oceans to distant continents. And you've done just that, my clever mallard. I'd thank you not to call me that. Oh dear, is it over already? Time really does fly when you have fun. What a joy to see living memory from up high. Ah, that was wonderful, an experience worth saving to our very end. You two enjoyed yourself as well, I trust. It was enjoyable enough, I suppose. From my fussy bondman, that's high praise. I'm glad I invited you, Endenham. Thank you for indulging me. If I could, I'd go for another 100 rides, but I must settle for the one. Each time we were headed to Aero Terminal. If there are still things you wish to do, you want to do them now. When you're ready, make your way along the path yonder. I'll find the others and let them know the same. Man, I feel so bad for Renville. She's only a facsimile constructed from her memories, I understand this. But when she's right there, as alive and spirited as I've ever known her, how am I supposed to do it? How am I supposed to raise her? Does she even know how it tears me apart? They've hosted a rare specimen. There are hosts of rare specimens here. You best jump down before you fall. I'll be fine, I promise. Are there other places to visit? Not seeing any NPCs to talk to, I guess. FFXIV. We'll be there for Renville. It's not fair. It will be hard, but let us send Kafkiewa off with a smile. We saw you from below. It looked like you are having fun.
How delightful this has been. Not since my journey with the Dawn Servant have I enjoyed myself so. No, I'm selling it short. This was even better. And that's because I was able to share this adventure with my darling boy. Well, this is as far as I can go. As for the rest...
Just stop. You're doing it again. Deciding everything by yourself, and then disappearing.
Eleneshpia, you're my pupil, so you ought to understand. Everything that lives must one day die, and that which has died isn't meant to return. This is the way of nature. Mine is an unnatural existence, and I've suffered it only because I had to unmake this twisted mausoleum. But now that brave souls have appeared to whom I might entrust my mission, I may finally embrace the end. Can't you be happy for me?
How could I be happy?
I was actually quite scared, you see. Scared that I'd be trapped inside the barrier forever and denied the thrill of discovery for all my days. Your coming gave me courage and comfort, Eleneshpia. More than you know. And now here I stand, unburdened and free. In this moment, the happiest of my life.
As you wish, Mother. I'll continue what you began.
Oh.
You were right, of course. Leaving home has broadened my horizons. I've met my friends and found this place. So I bid you leave your dreams with me. And no, I'll go where you couldn't go, and do what you couldn't do. I will.
Look at you, all grown up and dependable. Yet with so much more ahead. A world of experiences await you, each a lesson of its own. You may know failure and burning regret, but these too shall become beacons to guide you. So come what may, Hold your head high and carry on with conviction. And wherever your journeys take you, keep me close to your heart, will you? I should like to be there, to see what I haven't seen.
You will be, Mother.
Now, run along. And never forget that you're my pride and joy. I trust you all can handle the rest. Take care, and farewell.
Yeah, this one got me cheering up hard. Couldn't have asked for more fulfilling final hours than these. I'm so happy to have met you, Denham. You and everyone, thank you for the memories. And thank you for watching over Mael and Ishpia. They'll be fine now, I know it. Poor guy, bro. He just wanted to see his mother and then all this shit happened. We carry on with our hopes and memories in our hearts. Let's see our task through to the end. No more doubts, so we shut the terminal down. We'll leave this to you, Renville. I won't waver, not anymore. You're ready yourself, son, so am I. Damn, such a cool looking place too. Damn.
That makes all of them.
All that remains is to wait for the meso terminal to become vulnerable when it's about to initiate fusion. And then we strike.
Please be advised, we are entering the final phase of world bridging. Repeat, we are entering the final phase of world bridging. The ether of all residents will shortly be replenished. Be at ease. No action on your part is required. We thank you for your patience.
Wait, it's already begun?
Let Kafki was hopes be in vain. No time for tears, just as well. Let us finish this. Not a moment too soon. It's as if she's saying she won't let us do as we please anymore. Over our time here, we've come to know what its fiend seeks to protect. But it doesn't change what we have to do. Is this what's going to be Dawntrail? Oh shit, we are at the end. This is it. The finalist of stretches. Wuklamat's gaze is firmly fixed on the mesoterminal. We carry out Kafkiwa's plan. It's our best chance at stopping Sven. It will be dangerous, I shouldn't doubt. We're all prepared, I assume. That goes without saying. Come, we head to the mesoterminal. Holy shit, we are Dawntrailing. After like what? 2 years? When did it release? 24. Has been a pretty good journey. Look at all everything that's gone now. Sad. That was a cool ass place, bro. An amazing final zone. They really flexed the graphical update. Back then, Ultima Full, before the graphical update, you couldn't see shit. You had to raise the brightness to see anything. But now they have like an auto exposure feature. Well, like if it's too dark, it like raises the brightness automatically. Which is especially why when you have characters with dark skin, they don't look like super dark, you know, in low light conditions. You can actually see them. Which is also why you can see when you're traveling around in Ultima Full. But yeah, this is the end. After all this time. Took me fucking 8 days to go through this. Well, 8 days of streaming. More like 3 weeks. Five hours already has passed. Holy shit. It's a chunky expansion, yeah. It's a full ass JRPG. Thank you, Runa. Thank you very much.
Yeah, the graphical updates really gets felt as the patches continue.
Oh, they do? Man, I gotta do the patches, man. But it's just like the fact that you can use the LSS and like, you know, like the grass is not shimmery anymore. Like before, like, if you didn't have this, you had like, you can like replicate this. It looks like this. Look at how much everything shimmers. This was pretty much the anti-aliasing in before Dawntrail. You can see how everything shimmers like hell. But now you put DLSS, it's like... Boom. Everything is so stable, so clean, so pristine. It's the best. That's the biggest graphical update. I heard the game looks... Like even on PS4, even if you have like graphical update, they had to lower the resolution and everything, and now it looks like a mess. Oh. It's echoing. I'm not sure I'm ready. Do I even have enough E-level? I don't think so. Do I have a better ring than this? Oh wait, I do. Wait, I'm like, it's like 6 AM. It wasn't going to be anybody for like the final trial. Ah, whatever. We'll just have to wait 1 hour, I guess. I will do my part too. Whatever it takes, we must protect that which we hold dear. My parents are watching over us, I'm sure of it, as is my grandfather. Yeah, it's 6 AM where I live. The dawn is indeed coming. Well, it's already here, pretty much. No good. It seems we can't simply shut down the mesoterminal like the others. Not surprising in the least. My mother did tell us its defenses are tight. But she also left me a means of circumventing them. A program that will send your souls into the terminal's memory banks. Therein lies a virtual domain generated by Sphinx's memories. So we would venture into this domain and then seek out and stop Sphinx. If our souls are transferred in their entirety, dying in that domain would be no different from dying outside of it. There is no guarantee of safe return. Nonetheless, that is a risk we must take. We've already come this far, and I'll be damned if I'm going to turn back now. By meeting the Endless, I've gained a better understanding of Sphinx and the burden she bears. I want to say a few things to her when we meet again, even if it doesn't make a difference. Whatever happens, we won't let Sphinx walk her misguided path any longer. For those we've yet to meet, it's our duty as the living. I do all I can to provide support. Mother has instructed me on her program as well as the world within the terminal. Also keep an eye on your bodies while you are gone. Should it come to it though, I won't hesitate to call on our comrades outside. I'm acutely aware of my limits. Upon entering the terminal, we will most certainly meet with fierce resistance from its defenses. Then there is Sphinx herself. In order to initiate interdimensional fusion, she said that she intends to erase her own memories. What manner of entity she will become as a result, none can say. And if she invokes the key and opens portals to our worlds, she would have access to vast amounts of ether to bring to bear against us. We must be prepared for anything. Whatever we encounter won't change our objective, and it won't change what I'll do. Come, my friends. It's time to settle this. Alexandria. Oh shit. Oh shit. It's time. I think I was muted, sorry. Damn.
To the memories of better days, I bid farewell.
Is this Alexandria as it was when she lived? Come on, let's go and see a princess. Right, oh gods, I'm so nervous. We're short on just about everything because of this war. Will there ever be peace again? Okay, now I need to get my hot bars.
Have you heard? Princess Fiend is here.
She was goodness personified. Oh shit. What a song! Da, 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 da. Princess Fiend! Keep running, we're almost there. Oh, she's really back in the airship.
Your smile means all is right with the world.
If I smile, it is because you all smile for me.
It's so uplifting to just see her in her highness. In her highness. Service eternal, she truly lives by her words. All of us must do our part for the kingdom. We're to become a knight and protect the princess. Okay. Hey Keaton Valley, it's the final dungeon! Look at this. We are actually in the final of Stretch's finalist. Could even say it's a Final Fantasy now. The Final Fantasy of Sphin. Finishing Dawntrail. We don't do endings, we only do beginnings. You just have to forget everything that you see by the time you get here. Which, you know, you're still like fucking 400 hours away, so it's fine, I think. To the Garuda fight, nice. The boss theme is amazing of the Garuda fight. Oops. The boss fight theme. It's okay. FF14 is like, there's no goal, you know, just progress, you know, it's like, the journey is the goal. Oh shit. Huh. Antivirus X. Oh shit. Windows Defender. Okay, that's smart. Guess why this guy is Sid? Oh yeah, I forgot. Started here, right? Oh my god. This boss scene was too hard.
You are my people, and I will protect you. The painful memories of war I lay to rest.
Can make it, I can take another step. Don't give up, we're almost to the castle. Lightning, so much lightning. Oh shit. I should eat food. Did I take an egg? No, I did take, yeah. Why get the attack? Oh. So flashy. Girl, please, my family, they're here. Damn, these demon designs are, monster designs are crazy. What did they say? This feels so real, it hurts not to help them. I know, I need to remind myself it's only a memory. Lightning, oh no! The airship barrier won't be enough! Oh shit. The destruction of Alexandria is also FF9. I mean, this is basically an FF9 plot bit. But it was by Bahamut. Amalgam.
Security breach confirmed. Initiating level 5 security protocol.
What the fuck is this? Shit! Okay. Ooh. I almost shit my pants, but it's okay. It's okay, it's fine, it's fine. Okay, this works at distance, I didn't realize.
Fear not. You will all live on. And at the last, my final endless.
Alexandria Restoration. Oh, we are a different time again. It appears to be the same place. It used to be dangerous out there, right? Thankfully, the barrier protected us from lightning. But there would be no way we could come salvaging like this. Another beautiful day beneath Everkeep's barrier.
Fire detected. Initiate security protocol.
shit, I forgot this also does damage when I activate, so... What does the future hold for us?
They've done it! They've preserved the Queen! We can't give up! Not until keep complete!
Something seems off. Are the memories breaking down? We can't give up, not until keep complete. Did you hear the rumors about the Queen? You mean that her memories were preserved? Hell yeah. From her memory she will be reborn to lead us always. Our eternal queen, this is a new dawn for the realm. I didn't think he would attack so quickly. This is it, the end. Whew. Holy Eliminator. That was a cool ass dungeon. Let's see this final boss. We're coming, Fiend!
Activate currents. Engaging priorities. Attempting removal via incision. Re-attempting removal via incision.
Nice try.
Removal failed. Commencing extermination sequence. Attempting extermination via multiple elements. Purging via elements. Acquired target.
You have to stay inside. In this side.
Commencing final attack sequence. Attempting annihilation via high-powered energy discharge.
Where'd you get away? Oh no, no, no! How you fucking terrorist?
Energy accumulation complete. Initiating final attack protocol.
Holy!
Foreign entities remain. Resuming annihilation.
Should be good. Okay.
Attempting total annihilation. Annihilation. Annihilation.
Oh my god. I'm just pressing buttons. I don't know what I'm doing right now.
Foreign entities remain. Resuming annihilation.
No, no!
Attempting total annihilation. Annihilation. Annihilation.
I was about to shit myself. Oh, this was hectic. I like that boss. I like that boss a lot. GG, good. Thank you. Is there something I can equip? I hate when we do this. My inventory is too chaotic now. These precious memories, you would erase them all. Without the memories, what will sin become? There is no telling what may happen, let us stay alert. Okay, let me go to the bathroom and then we'll finish this. Are we ready? Cool dungeon, cool dungeon. I like that they made the last dungeon of this fight, this dungeon, the last boss of this dungeon, kind of a challenge.
Listen to me, please!
I'm afraid she's gone.
Synchronization will soon be complete.
You know, I was thinking this. I was thinking this. Oh shit.
Synchronization complete. Data for the Endless Fiend has been overwritten and reconfigured. All shall be well, henceforth and in perpetuity. Forever will I keep and cherish my people. To that end, I have removed the remaining checks upon my authority.
Gods!
Obstructions to the plan will be summarily removed.
Wait! I still haven't said...
Be gone from my presence.
Oh shit, whisked away. Why me? Boy?
According to Eliminator's battle data, you pose the single greatest threat.
Don't glaze me too much, you know. It's fine. I'm not that bad.
As such, you will be erased here and now.
Okay.
I am the bearer of the memories of Queen Sphene of Alexandria, and my desire to protect my people transcends all others. If it were you, could you have found another way? With your strength, could you have held fast to that which is dear without sacrifice? Listen to me. There's something that I need to tell you.
Bitch, I'm on healer. All I know is Medica 2. Sucker.
Is that concern or suspicion? If things should take a turn for the worse... Might I...
I know what I have to do. Oh shit!
Objections to the plan will be summarily removed.
The key! The crystal! Interface not accessible. I guess we're going to it immediately then. Chat, I have something to tell you. It's soon to be 7 fucking AM. I don't think we'll find anybody, bro. Nine minutes? Okay, well, I'll trust the 9 minutes. I remember when it was that time in Shadowbringers, I was so fucking hype. It took me 40 minutes to get a queue. 40 minutes. I was going crazy. I could go on healer, I think. But I don't know this fight. But yeah, it's 7 fucking AM. Oh, big dog. There's nothing in my guild. There's no one in my guild at this hour. What can I say? Thoughts on the lead up to this fight? I really liked the Living Memory Zone. It was very good and emotional. And they did like hit on all the keynotes of like what the story is about. Seems like the lead up to this fight is very quick. I went from dungeon to fight very quickly. I guess there's no more time for words. It's time to fight. But other than that, I enjoyed this expansion a lot. It was kind of fun. I think it was only the Shallow Annie part, you know, the Far West zone, where like I was going a little bit out of my... I was going crazy. But then all this stuff started then, so it was fine. Yeah, the zones are beautiful too. The Living Memory, they went so hard. Solution 9. I barely spent time on Solution 9. But it's going to be cool as an endgame area to chill around. But you know, it's chaos, you know, that's the problem. Chaos is dead. My data center is fucking dead. Everyone has switched to light. They have permanent residency in light. Because of Party Finder and Ultimates. We really need the rejoining of data centers because Chaos is in a dire state. It's even worse than expected. You go to the light data center, there's people everywhere. And we only have 2 data centers in Europe, so... Elements at Apex Solution 9? Yeah, I do. Yeah, it's all activated, yeah. No, I just... This is the life of playing at this hour as a DPS. The servers market boards, yeah, everything is like so cooked. But I like my guild. I've been with my guild for like more than 5 years at this point. And I have a house now, so I have no reason to switch to light. Well, I could just travel, but like... Yeah, the strike music is amazing. It's okay, in Shadowbringers I waited 40 minutes for the final boss fight. And I was playing as Gunbreaker, I'm pretty sure. I wasn't even playing as DPS. Space Jam mix. As always. It was a pretty good and focused expansion, you know. It's about like the memories you leave behind, you know, the legacy you impart. I really liked the relationship between Zoraja and Guloja, you know. Well, the relationship, like, you know, like the filming, the themes. They really like kept their cards close to like the last third of Dawntrail. The last third they went crazy. They unleashed everything. Okay, 7 minutes soon, not a single soul in the queue. Maybe I gotta switch to light. And also pick a healer or something. Also both blue. Yeah, kinda like Virgil, I guess, yeah. There has to be someone to give his queue at 6:50 AM. Not a single soul. We'll see, I don't know. Ask maybe my guild Discord, maybe someone is awake or something. From people in Latin America. The beats. I could go to light, I guess, and maybe I have better luck. There's not even a single person. I knew this was going to happen, I knew it. I dreaded that time. At least the song is a bop, so it's okay. Koana is a person that studies overseas and thinks the stuff he learns from Western schools are the answer to everything. Charlatan schools. Yeah, he come to learn The power of traditions and culture. I like that Uklamat was determined in killing Zoralja. And she didn't falter, you know? I taught her well. I have two options. I try in the light. If not, I have to try with 300 ping in Materia. Whatever I done. He was also dealing with the pressure of his position. But that's worse. Is there something I can equip to increase my Oh yeah. No, it's Lakeland, bro. I'm gonna have to clean so much of this stuff. Do I even have a good glamour? I just pick the same one. What is this? I got Philosophia? So if I heal myself, I get an extra heal. Oh. Is this only for spells? Okay. So not abilities. Okay. So if you have to use GCDs. Then get an extra heal. Damn, Ulda, that takes me back. That was my my starting city. Oh shit, I have 30. Could get this one. What does it do? I should clean this up right now. Maybe cool Jaja was the actual goat of Dawntrail. Where did all this stuff go? Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. 1,000. Thankfully, I have heritage tickets. Must be in others, yeah. Why is the music like this? What the fuck? Where are our buddies? I gotta clean this shit up. I love FF9, me too, Robert. Great game. It's only the combat that is like very slow and like not that interesting, but it's not that much of a problem. Who gives a shit about this one? Piety! Get this shit out. They give you so much food. I'm a huge fan of 9. 9 is a great ass game. There's only one other person with me. I think he's also waiting. I might just have to go in as healer or tank, which I could. I just wanted to do this as Viper, you know? What is this shit? Oh, this I need. That's for relics. But I can put them here for now. Should just throw these out. I don't think I care about them. You can buy these right at the shop, I think. These are not dungeon gear. Oh yeah, I got this one. This relic. Put it in the armor chest. Party Finder at this hour? Oh, son. I mean, I could join this. It's not the extreme version, right? Hello, baby pup. Oh shit, I joined a sage, bro. Fuck me. Yeah, you could join the party finder, it's in light. This would be appreciated. There's a party finder listing. Nah, just search for parties. Way faster. Alright. Cibran. The code is called Interfos is this one. The party finder listing in light is this one. Need help. That's not mine. Is that the Cibran that I know? Thank you, if it's you. I'm so dog shit at healer, bro. I forgot I joined this stage. Read up on my skills. Oh shit. It's happening! I got saved. That actually saved my life. No, sorry, Billy Pop, sorry.
Be at ease, everyone. Your ether
Sorry, it wasn't my party.
will be replenished. I will suffer no interference.
Oh, I'm sweating. How am I going to heal this? Okay. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Okay.
Do not be afraid. Death is not the end.
On this side, right? Okay.
We require ether.
What the hell was that? Oh shit. Okay, one down. Coronation. Okay, Haima. Oh, why me?
Do not be afraid. Death is not the end.
Huh? I don't know what this is. Okay. Oh my god. Oh. This is so insane. Okay. Heal? No. Okay. Everyone is alive, at least. Oh, come on! Castellation. What is going on?
Do not be afraid. Death is not the end.
Okay. That's nuts.
Activating reserve power.
MP.
Are you still alive? Disengaging signal. Target area delineated. Commencing erosion.
Yeah, stay close. Oh shit, oh fuck. Okay. I panicked. Okay.
Let us rise above.
Okay. I have things. Oppenheimer.
There! A rift in her reality! She's losing control of the power!
Yeah, I'm sweating, couch.
Thane! Listen to me! I understand! I do! And I know that you won't be swayed from your course!
Oh shit!
But if there's truly no other way to resolve this,
Let's go!
then face me! Not as a machine, but as the real you!
Lamachi.
Hey!
Anomaly detected in memory banks. Data for the endless beam partially restored.
Oh, she's back.
This is what I desire, and I will not fail. I can't bear to lose them. Not again.
The volume!
I feel your pain, as if it were my own! At last, I think I know you! All of you!
How can you say that to me now?
Oh.
It's over, Scene! We will stop you!
No! I won't let you! I can't! Protect my people's happiness!
Leave your burden with us now!
The Wuklam kills Naruto.
We will bear it in your stead!
Oh. I was expecting I was going to get smoked. Thank you everyone who joined the party to save me from like 2 hours of queue waiting. Oh, there's nobody but like 2 people. You need one healer, thank you. I kind of forgot. The Philosophia, it's a new skill, I forgot this exists. Panheimer. Yeah, whatever. Well, at least almost everyone survived except like the first one of the red whites mechanic. But we didn't wipe. So it's good enough.
Sphene!
Your voice reached me, Lamachi.
Is it really you?
No, only in part. My memories as a living person are gone. I've been remade from those I had as an endless. However, I cannot remain long, for the Meso Terminal will soon cease to function. Once, you wanted to know me, Lamachi. Let my last act be to give an honest accounting. I am, above all, sorry for the suffering I've caused your people and mine. I am ultimately powerless against the inevitable, unable to do aught but visit harm upon the innocent. I am, in the end, a pitiful, selfish creature. One that should never have been created.
You meurs la système créé tout ce Alexandria. Well, it's true, but you know that's rough. Wow. You carry too many gentle memories.
Our nations are worlds apart, but they feel so close. Who knows what we could have accomplished had we walked together towards a shared future. And yet, it could never be so. We each had our own to protect.
If only I had met you when I was still alive, then perhaps. But it's no use dwelling upon a miracle that didn't happen. Still, if there's one thing I hope you'll believe, it is this. Brief though it was, I treasured our time together. It pains me to think that its memory will disappear along with me. I know I have no right to ask this of you, but when I'm gone, my people, will you?
We'll take care of them. Don't worry. And we will never forget the Endless.
Are they roommates?
Neither them, nor the time we spent with you. So be free of your burdens, Sphene. and sleep well.
I will. Thank you.
They are roommates. What did I say?
Farewell, my beloved Alexandria.
Wuklamat, now that you have become strong enough, you must fight me. I must fight you. I got a test of strength of your character. Damn. Nothing left.
So it was that the meso-terminal fell dark, and the Endless departed for oblivion's embrace. Their resplendent paradise was no more, as the memory sustaining it faded with the golden light. Even so, in a way, they live on. This I felt with conviction, as I basked in the glow of a new dawn.
We put an end to a dream. Renville went through hell.
It remains to be seen how interdimensional fusion may have affected other reflections. Kryle's parents spoke of the power's capacity for both good and evil. I cannot help but wonder how Svin's deeds will be remembered by those they touched. The key that started it all was entrusted to the adventurer. Such an artifact certainly lies within the Scion's realm of expertise, and no objection was raised to their retaining it for research. By order of Vau Kona, the Sky Deep cenote was placed under the strict watch of the Landsguard.
Bakul!
With the mighty Bakul Jaja among their number, they shall not want for strength, even in Soralja's absence.
The cool Bakul!
Upon learning of their queen's passing, the people of Alexandria mourned and wept. Having devoted herself to sparing them sorrow, the sight might well have moved Svín to tears. However, with Wuklamat carrying on her legacy, I have faith that her subjects will know joy once more. As anticipated, the news that young Gululja had succeeded his father as king was greeted with trepidation.
He got promoted.
Was also mixed when Wuklamat came forward to name herself as the boy's guardian. But the people were mollified to learn that Everkeep systems remained operational, and there would be no impact on their lives.
My king!
One day, when he is older, Gululja will decide for himself what manner of ruler he will be. Till that day and beyond, may the path of the young king be illuminated by the love of family.
Yeah, we got the festival here!
Meanwhile, in Tuliyolan, the people came together to hail their new Dawn servants' great victory. Having honored those they lost, they turned their attention to a brighter future and celebrated for 3 days and nights.
He's being shanked!
Not everything had been resolved, though. Those who had spent 30 years in the Dome struggled to resume their former lives. This and a host of other challenges remained. But as the new Dawn servants continue to lead with strength and wisdom, the people may be assured that peace will endure.
This song is sick. We finished a video game, that's crazy. We have Dawntrail. Nice run, thank you. And thank you for everyone who helped to get to a fucking final trial. It would have been 2 hours of waiting. It was pretty good. I enjoyed it. If you go online, you'd think it killed someone's family. Everyone's fucking grandmother's dog. It's fine. Dawntrail or mixtape? I will never play mixtape. Yeah, it was a pretty good experience. I wonder how the patches are going to head. I guess it's going to be like the interdimensional key. Yuri Trail. Dawntrail is basically if Naruto was good, you know? It's like Wu Klamat on her way to become Hokage, but like she actually worked her way up, you know? Dun, dun, dun. The patches are Kino. Are they? They call me the Wire of Wook, Couch. Yeah, the cutscene about her real father is was pretty cool. They basically kept their cards close to their chest until the last turn, and they said, unleash everything. Gelul Jaja the goat. This guy went crazy. Dun, dun, dun. I expected this part of the song to play in the final fight or something. This part of the song is so good. I have no doubts for Evercon, especially the music. The music of the trailer of Evercon is so good. The Moblins! No, it was pretty good. It was only the part at Shallow Alley when we went Far West Red Dead Redemption. Oh no, man, the bandits. It's like, whoa. What the fuck are we doing now? But then they went super hard with Social 9 and all that shit and all the Doom. Well, like, the Doom that makes you old. And then it kept going crazier and crazier. They basically unleashed everything. So that was good. I was transfixed. Est-ce que tu vas à fond? Honestly, I think that I forgot what I wanted to say. Oh yeah, John Ladders, thank you. I did. It was pretty fun. I enjoyed it. Especially the final zone, it was sick. The writing was still solid in Dawntrail, you know? All the themes and such. They still honed in on all the stuff that... I mean, it still has a FF14 style of like... really well handling the themes it talks about. And you know, in Dawntrail, the themes of like legacy and like... memories. You know, imparting the future, letting go the past. You know, for the living. And I like the characters, you know, Bakul Jaja, Oklamat Koana, Gulul Jaja, Guluja, Otis, the absolute goat. Maybe the final zone was pretty much killing the past, you know. We literally turned off the entire data center at the end. It was a sign of like hope for the future. Fucking turned off the entire server blades, one by one. Even though it was like super beautiful. But you can tell it feels like just one part of a story because, you know, when you tell the emotional key, we see not no shit, you know? And yeah, the CGs were like amazing. 3D Solution 9. I was so shocked at Solution 9. It was like, holy shit. I think I still have at least 3 weeks of like FF14 to go. 5 patches of MSQ. The Red Series. Occult Crescent. Have to gear up. Also. More than a usual .55 patch? Well, there's Beastmaster, I guess. Or do you mean in terms of story there's more than the usual 1 to 2 hours of story? Story-wise, there might be more than we think. I heard there's a lot of voice acting in 7.5. That's what I read. Yeah, that's something that kind of pissed me off in Dawntrail, though. There should have been more voice acting than it has. They still do the thing where, like, some critical moments, they still make it not voice acted, when they totally should be. And since Heavensward is the same thing. The campfire scene in Heavensward was not voice acted, which was like the most important moment of like Heavensward, but I hate when they do this. I mean, I can read. There's no problem, I can read, but it's like voice acting just adds a lot, and like sometimes they put voice acting in the scenes that don't actually, that you can actually just read, and then they don't put voice acting in like important scenes. It's like, come on, bah. Otis! Check the CEO for more money? He should. But it's cool if like 7.5 is a preview of like things to come then. The extreme of these fights must be insane. We are farming X3 tonight, actually. If you have time, you can check it out if you want. Yeah, sure. Valley Garmonda EX has some cool mechanics. Alright. Yeah, I'll see if I can like find some party finder or some stuff. So maybe I could try. Maybe there's still people doing it. Not blind, but like not. Some people trying to clear. Koji was playing some stuff, making fun of that. Oh. I'm glad that Kyle got some much needed story, some writing, you know? Been a long time coming for Kyle. But it's good that she got her moment to shine. The dungeons were cool too. Vanguard was like my favorite, I think. Well, the last one is also very good. FFXIV, no! Mummy. What? I expected this was going to be like Endsinger. When you get into Endsinger trials, it can be either like so smooth or like the worst thing ever. Like everyone fucking dies 5,000 times. And it takes 25 minutes to clear. Normal. But I think people knew what they were doing, except like 2 or 3 people. So I was kind of scared healing because I'm dog shit at healing. Sphine! They should have ended with a fight against Uklamat, you know? Me like one-on-one fighting Uklamat to see, to test her strength, how much she has grown up, you know? Bakul! Bakul is about to fucking unleash a limit break. The wall would have sneezed and killed half of Tural. I'm sure she can give a fight now. Gululja, my king, my liege. He's so adorable. Zoraija left a legacy after all. I like the idea that we unmade living memory. It's like they put so much work in like lighting everything up and like making everything beautiful, and then we unmade it. It was for the sake of a better future. Shibuya mentioned in an interview that when he presented the idea to do that, the artists were like, wait, really? You have to unmake living memory, like, all your work is going to get destroyed. That beast mode. Actual beast mode. The music was also very good. For some reason, Shallow-Ani, they went super hard. The zone of Shallow-Ani, the zone music is like... Yeah, we're making the Far West, Old West, Red Dead Redemption music go dummy hard. See, like you came following along with a book. Like you have some looks. Yeah, both are very good. But I liked what they did with Fleeting Memory, especially story-wise a lot. And it's not like they went, oh, we're going to save everyone and all that stuff, you know. Man, Erenville went through Silent Hill. Summer vacation for us, Silent Hill for Erenville. Final Fantasy theme park. We go crazy, yeah? You have a recreation of Alexandria. I never went to Disneyland. Even though there's one not that far. FF10 zone. They'll bring a tropical island to us. That park is kind of falling apart these days, oh. Yeah, there's one in Paris, but yeah, just never went. It's too expensive now. Everything is. I mean, rides have shut down mid-ride or shut down for maintenance while waiting in line. Several times! What the fuck? Everything is falling apart. The economy is shit, but at least we have FF14, I guess. That's the only thing we have left. Last time I was on Pirates of the Caribbean, it shut down and I was waiting on a boat for 40 minutes. Bro wanted to enjoy the fucking attractions and shit, and then he got the experience of waiting a train. He got the experience of public transport. When Vitra came to help into the YOLO, I was going crazy. I was like, oh shit. And then they played Windwalker music. I was like, oh, they're playing the hits. Anything with Vitra again. What is the name of his human persona? Varshan. Man, I basically only eat half of Dawntrail. Still have MSQ patches, still have all the content. Still a long ride. We only got like 1 or 2 stealth missions in Dawntrail. That's good. We didn't have a duty as good as In From the Cold from Endwalker though. We still have some cool, good duties like you know, fighting in Solution 9. Or Wuklamat against Bakul Jaja. Oh no, fight not Gulu Jaja, Bakul Jaja. We also fought against Gulu Jaja, it was fun. He acknowledged I was playing Viper. It's probably true it's killed the devs. People were acting like it killed their family. When it was actually like super like intense and fun, like was one of the best parts of FF14 per run. I don't know even what is there to complain. There's literally difficulty modes to duties. You can put very easy. I'm merciless for Kafkiwa. She was too pretty to die, bro. They set us up. It was super fun in from the Call Duty. I love the intensity of it all. Main theme Dawntrail, composed by Masayoshi Soken. What the fuck? I'm tired. The Primals. Do. It's 8 AM! Oh shit. I did not expect that this last stretch would last me like 8 hours. I thought I would be done in like 4. It's really jam-packed. It is. What is next? FF14. There's like a shit ton of patches left. We're cooked. I haven't even unlocked flying in like the last 2 zones. Also, I have to do them. Even in the red series. Do-do-do. Do-do, 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 do-do-do. I wonder if the MSQ patch is going to be like traditional, you know, like basically a continuation of Dawntrail with like a real conclusion to the story at like 7.3, or is it going to be like Endwalker where it was like a different story? If it's the former, then this means that the story of Dawntrail is not over yet. We still have 3 patches of content to like see the ending of Dawntrail proper. Rhetorical. I mean, I pretty much see immediately when what kind of direction they're going to take. Axis font. Canada type. Havoc. What kind of physics FF14 even has except like chest physics? And capes, I guess. Imagine FF14 fractals. This would be funny. I love that the great Akihiko Yoshida has been in the Umamusume studio for like 15 years. Did we ever get Umamusume art from Akihiko Yoshida? I'm sure it happened or something. This would be hilarious. Phil Spencer! Phew! Fuck that guy. Sarah Bond was also listed. Just below Phil Spencer. For the credits of 7.55, we're going to list Jollibee. A special thanks. I have no idea, but it must not be a lot. I feel like the Switch 2 announcement is the biggest they can make. It's like the biggest impact. The Xbox is kinda whatever. Oh, the FF16 people. Special thanks. Credits release 6/2024. So I'm after Matt Booty. That's just because of the name that you put him first. Yeah, I mean, it's kinda sad that you have to pay half your sub on top. But, you know, having something on a Switch 2, they increased the price, bro. I can't even buy the fucking Switch 2. They increased the fucking price. If you don't buy a console day one, it's over now. It's over. It's actually physically fucking over. Yes.
I'm sorry, we haven't been able to talk properly. Oh, between the reconstruction work and Papa's funeral, I've hardly had time to breathe. But at long last, there's a lull in my duties. You've done more for us than we could ever hope to repay. Thank you from the bottom of my heart.
When we left the Eorzea behind to take part in the contest, none of us could have predicted what complications would follow. You truly have a knack for finding trouble, my friend. And you wouldn't have it any other way.
Of course.
So what's next for you? Assuming you're still set on leaving the Gleaner's life behind?
Where's his backpack?
I'm off to fulfill my mother's dream, of course. Like she had intended, I'll embark on a journey in search of the unknown. She's sure to enjoy my stories when we meet again in the ethereal sea.
Well, sounds like a plan. But will you have the coin to get by?
I may no longer be a gleaner, but I still have contacts in Sharlayan. Contacts with deep pockets, always eager to pay for information on new or rare species.
You've got it all worked out. And what of you? Any new adventures in the offing? Regardless, until you're ready to leave, you're our guest here in Tulihiola. And this time, I won't pester you to take up a post. By now, I know you well enough to know you can't stay in one place. No more than you can ignore the plight of those in need. Your path will always lead you elsewhere, and you'll continue walking it. Isn't that so?
An adventurer to the marrow you are. What is it exactly that spurs you on?
The thrill of battle. My love for the star. Cornias. All the stats I've yet to see, pretty good. The legacies as bear. Yeah. Between 2 and 3. Well, I think the Dawntrail option is the third, you know? They think it's funny. I opened my heart to them. Let's kill everyone. Okay, I guess we just had a Sphinx crown. Okay. Homecomings are usually uneventful affairs. This time it was anything but for me. But all's well that ends well, and who have you to thank for that? Well, as much as I'd love to keep chatting, I need to get going. Still a heap of things to do. It won't do to leave it all to Kohan. By the way, did Gululja decide to remain in Solution 9? He did! I said that he can consider Triolo his home, but he's more comfortable over there. Shell keeps an eye on him for us. But we'll visit him as often as we can. He still needs our support, especially when he is agonizing over his inherited authority. But I told him he needn't make a decision right away. We can't postpone it forever either. I'll do whatever I can to help Gululja, as well as everyone inside the dome. I promise as much to Sphene. For my part, I'll be keeping Tutorial for a time. Among other things, I'd like to look into a problem that with wildlife in Shaloani. So if you get the urge, Nam, let's go on another journey together. There's still plenty of places I would like to show you. Now that sounds like fun. If you ever have need of me, I'll come running. Oh, and before I forget, I also have a gift for you. Can you guess what it is? An alpaca! Oh, shit. That's the best gift anyone gave to me. Comes from Tobley's stable, of course, and it is as sure-footed as they come. Perfect for an adventurer who's always on the move, eh? Here, this is the whistle for conning it. Right, I'll really get going now, but I'm sure we'll meet again soon. Till next time, take care. Yay! Alpaca! Alita just finished Dawntrail. Oh shit, what? But is this what Her Majesty would have wished to see? No, most assuredly not. You know this to be true. If we are to honor her memory, we must reclaim our smiles. To that end... Oh shit, the Arcadian. The GPU! Oh, they're overclocking the thing. Take some shares to see shadows. $18.90 size true to life. Oh fuck, Alala. Alala is inside the GPU. That's right, friends, after a long hiatus, I am pleased to announce the grand reopening of the Arcadian. The realm's finest fighters stand ready to entertain you in glorious and friendly combat. Come and join us, I bid you, and let your cares be forgotten. Johnson hang on screen. But I would smash my monitor. Clean shot. As skies aflame proclaim night's end, and thoughts unto adventure tend, the brave make haste. What the fuck are you... Well. I'm never. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. I should not read these because it's too fast every time. Every time. 13 years counting. It's always too fast. Rest well, seeking of the unknown, for many more adventures await you. Yay! 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 We finished Dawntrail. Yay! Who is this? Hello. Man, we have so much shit to do now. The Red Series, coaching the story, the role quests, Occult Crescent. Where is Occult Crescent? Where is... You need to do the role quest to get to be able to dive a job here also. Oh, we still have a long way to go with this game. What? What did I say about Occult Crescent? I just talked about what people told me about. How he doesn't have the same thing that Boja had. Must be like what's that stuff? Ah, it must be quest actually. I'm stupid. Oops, sorry, I was muted. What do you say? Oh yeah, yeah, it's a good stopping point for now. But we still have a lot left to do for Dawntrail. Theater, story, raids and all that stuff, so we'll have to keep going. But for now, it's a good stopping point. We finished the base MSQ. It has been a lot of fun. I enjoyed it. But yeah, thank you everyone. Thank you for being around for this journey. I see you maybe tomorrow. But yeah, I'll see you soon. Thank you. Has been a wild ride. But now it's time to rest after all that happened. Alright, see you, bye bye. Have a good one. Bye bye.